through the mandatory reformulation of high-sodium prepackaged food products to reduce sodium consumption and prevent non-communicable diseases, by Representative Santos Mark Anthony.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 9674, an act establishing a recovery mechanism for erroneous electronic fund transfers, providing remedies against unjust enrichment, defining the responsibilities of financial institutions and other payment service providers, and for other purposes, by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 9675, an act establishing the National Strategic Fuel Reserve and the Targeted Fuel Relief Program, and providing funds therefore, by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 9676, an act establishing a national electronic health record system to ensure continuity of care, improve medical efficiency, and promote universal health access for all Filipinos, by Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9677, an act institutionalizing the annual grant of the World Teachers' Day incentive benefit for public school teachers and increasing the amount of the incentive to 3,000 pesos, by Representative De Macuja.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9678, declaring April 25 of every year as Nueva Ecija Founding Day as special non-working holiday in the province of Nueva Ecija, by Representative Salvador.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9679, an act institutionalizing Project Cherish of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Colliantes.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 9680, an act prohibiting the sale, distribution, and promotion of flavored vapor products to minors and providing penalties therefore, by Representative Colliantes.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry and the Committee on Health.
House Bill 9681, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative
To
Colliantes.
the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9682, establishing a regular LTO district office in San Mateo, Rizal, by Representative Garcia Jose Arturo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 9683, an act establishing an agricultural pension fund for farmers and fisherfolk, providing for its administration and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 9684, increasing the bed capacity of the Northern Mindanao Medical Center in Cagayan de Oro City, by Representatives Lagbas, Emano, Alba, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roque, Zubiri, De Maporo, Imelda, De Maporo City, Amina, Regencia, Rodriguez, Maximo, Romualdo, Almonte, Balindong, Adyong, and Flores.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 9685, declaring June 29 of every year as Araw ng Polangi, a special non-working holiday in Polangi, Albay, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9686, an act limiting the government right-of-way lien on lands granted through free patent to 20 years, further amending Section 112 of Commonwealth Act Number 141 as amended by Presidential Decree Number 1361, by Representative Lopez.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 9688, an act strengthening transparency, accountability, people's participation, community monitoring, and local revenue sharing in the Freeport area of Bataan, enhancing participatory governance and community safeguards, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9728, as amended by Republic Act Number 11453, otherwise known as the Freeport Area of Bataan Act of 2009, by Representative San Fernando.
The Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 9691, an act mandating full disclosure of government expenditures through an open, secure, and technology-neutral digital platform with mechanisms for real-time public access, data integrity, and accountability in the use of public funds and for other purposes, by Representative Soriano.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 9692, an act promoting the adoption of digital payments for financial transactions of the government and all merchants, by Representative
To the
Soriano.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 9693, an act establishing a comprehensive and sustainable reintegration program for overseas Filipino workers, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative
To the
Soriano.
Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 9694, an act further extending the period of availment of estate tax amnesty, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 11213, otherwise known as the Tax Amnesty Act as amended, by Representative Soriano.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 9695, establishing a regular campus of the Cagayan State University in Bagao, Cagayan, by Representative Lara.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1062, a resolution commending and congratulating Team Philippines for its outstanding performance in the 6th Asian Beach Games held in Sanya, China from 22 to 30 April 2026, bringing honor and pride to the Filipino people, by Representative Hernandez.
The Committee
Cheliz.
on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1063, resolution congratulating and commending Patrick Joseph Tangente, a Pasay Davao alumnus, for graduating summa cum laude from the Georgia Institute of Technology class of 2026, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1064, resolution directing the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation to the proposed Civil Aviation and Immigration Security Services project of the Bureau of Immigration, particularly the imposition of additional user fees on international passengers, the privatization of border security functions, and the potential risks to data privacy and national security, by Representative Erice.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1065, resolution recognizing and commending the advocacy and contribution of antiscamph.com and the Rising Two Brothers Solutions OPC for promoting consumer protection, digital tourism safety, and transparency in the Philippine hospitality industry, by Representative Angeles.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Resolution 1066, resolution congratulating and commending the entire Philippine delegation, including the coaching staff and support personnel, for their outstanding performance at 13th ASEAN Para Games held in Nakhon Ratchasima, Thailand, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1067, resolution congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas women's basketball team, including their coaching staff and support personnel, for their historic achievement in winning the silver medal at the FIBA 3x3 Asia Cup 2026 held in Kallang, Singapore, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1068, resolution congratulating and commending the Gilas Pilipinas women's 3x3 basketball team, including their coaching staff and support personnel, for qualifying for the FIBA 3x3 Women's World Cup 2026 to be held in Warsaw, Poland, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1069, resolution congratulating and commending the entire Philippine delegation, including the coaching staff and support personnel, for their outstanding performance in the 6th Asian Beach Games held in Sanya, China, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1070, a resolution congratulating and commending Frances Marie Acosta Cortez of the University of Iloilo for ranking 5th in the March 2026 licensure examination for teachers elementary level, by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 1071, resolution congratulating and commending Cristel Jaspe Surita of the Iloilo State University of Fisheries, Science and Technology for ranking 10th in the March 2026 licensure examination for teachers elementary level, by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 1072, resolution directing the appropriate committees of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to the $10 million pledge of the Department of Health to the World Health Organization to support its core funding for its 2025 to 2028 14th General Program of Work, by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1073, resolution expanding the profound gratitude of the House of Representatives to the 70th Infantry Battalion, 703rd Aguila Brigade, and 7th Infantry Kaugnay Division of the Philippine Army for the exemplary humanitarian assistance, unwavering support to peace and order, and compassionate service rendered to the people of Pampanga during the onslaught of Typhoon Krising, by Representative Bondok.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Resolution 1074, resolution recognizing climate change as a human rights and intergenerational justice emergency, welcoming the advisory opinions of the International Court of Justice and the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on the obligations of states in respect of climate change, welcoming United Nations General Assembly Resolution A.ATL.65, and urging the Executive Department to integrate said advisory opinions into Philippine climate policy, domestic legislation, and international negotiations, by Representatives Suarez and Lopez.
To the Committee on Climate Change.
House Resolution 1075, resolution urging the Department of Energy, Department of Trade and Industry, Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Department of Transportation, Philippine Ports Authority, Maritime Industry Authority, Department of Labor and Employment, Department of Social Welfare and Development, Social Security System, and other relevant government agencies to immediately convene with stakeholders of the sardine fishing and canning industry in Zamboanga City and implement emergency and medium-term interventions to address escalating fuel costs, rising operating expenses, threats to employment, food security, and industry sustainability, by Representative Perez.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Resolution 1076, resolution expressing the sentiment of the House of Representatives rejecting any move to amend the 1987 Philippine Constitution through a Constituent Assembly under the present circumstances, by Representatives Duterte Paulo, Duterte Omar Vincent, Ungab, Duterte Harold James, Marcoleta, Nazal, Barzaga, and Levis.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1077, resolution urging the Marcos Jr. administration to endorse the Safe Schools Declaration, by Representatives Co, Elago, and
To
Tino.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Resolution 1078, resolution expressing grave concern on the retaliatory use of university policies against University of Santo Tomas students to enact harassment, intimidation, and red tagging and pursue the protection of their rights and welfare under the right to academic freedom, by Representatives Co, Tino, and
to
Elago.
the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Resolution 1079, resolution urging the House Committee on Ecology to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the cutting of 255 mature trees along Quirino Avenue in the city of Manila for the purpose of the construction of Southern Access Link Expressway by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1080, resolution urging the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation to the erroneous and malicious public tagging of activists as active wanted persons by the Catil Municipal Police Station in Davao Oriental by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1081, resolution expressing grave concern on the political persecution and inhumane detention of young women political prisoners and urging the House of Representatives to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into these systematic attacks against youth and women activists by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1082, resolution urging the appropriate committees to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation regarding the possible displacement of business process outsourcing workers in the country due to the mass adoption of artificial intelligence in workplaces by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1083, resolution to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the implementation of Republic Act Number 10742 or the Sangguniang Kabataan Reform Act as amended by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1084, resolution directing the Committee on Ecology, the Committee on Local Government, and the Committee on Labor and Employment to conduct a congressional investigation in aid of legislation into the recent landfill collapse in the New Carmen Sanitary Landfill, Davao City, and the systemic failures in the implementation of Republic Act Number 9003 by Representatives Co, Elago, and
to
Tino.
the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1085, resolution urging the appropriate government agencies to immediately provide protection, labor assistance, health monitoring, and social support to the displaced Filipino workers of Philippine Sangia Steel Corporation in Tagoloan, Misamis Oriental, and directing the appropriate House committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the circumstances surrounding the suspension of the company's operations, the alleged labor, environmental, and safety violations, and the impact thereof on affected Filipino workers and their families by Representative Emano.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1086, resolution urging the Committee on Health to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the implementation status of Republic Act Number 11215 or National Integrated Cancer Control Act by Representatives Elago, Co, and
to
Tino.
the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1087, resolution directing the appropriate committee of the House of Representatives to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the reported abandonment of thousands of balikbayan boxes intended for recipients in Cebu and other parts of the country, including shipments stored at the Port of Manila, the Manila International Container Port, and Port of Davao, with the end in view of protecting the welfare of overseas Filipinos and their families, ensuring accountability of cargo forwarders and consolidators, and strengthening existing laws governing the balikbayan box industry by Representative Del Mar.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1088, resolution congratulating and commending Jire Grace Pacheco de la Peña of the University of Antique for ranking 7th in the March 2026 licensure examination for teachers secondary level by Representative Ang.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Resolution 1089, a resolution congratulating and commending Keith Brian M. Habaybay of the West Visayas State University for ranking 8th in the March 2026 licensure examination for professional teachers by Representative Ang.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Resolution 1090, resolution congratulating and commending Nicole Aliana Esmeralda Macainan of the West Visayas State University for ranking 5th in the March 2026 licensure examination for teachers secondary level by Representative Ang.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Resolution 1091, resolution commending Fire Inspector Vijoan Yumol of Tarlac City for her exemplary courage, decisive action, and selfless humanitarian service in helping rescue a 2-year-old child who fell onto a train track in Japan on 29 May 2026, thereby bringing honor to the province of Tarlac and distinction to the Filipino people by Representative Angeles.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
Committee reports. Committee report number 435, submitted by the Committees on Revision of Laws and National Defense and Security on House Bill 9642. Committee report number 436, submitted by the Committee on Senior Citizens on House Resolution 340. Committee report numbers 437, 438, 439, 442, 443, 444, and 445, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9687, 9689, 9690, 9703, 9704, 9705, and 9706, respectively. Committee report number 440, submitted by the Committees on Housing and Urban Development and Ways and Means on House Bill 9697. Committee report number 441, submitted by the Committee on Games and Amusements on House Bill 9702.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to welcome and recognize the guests of the Honorable Christopherson Coco M. Yap of the 2nd District of Southern Leyte. They are the student interns from UP Manila, namely Marius Aidan Rillo and Bianca Marie Ordillas.
To the guests of Honorable Christopherson Coco Yap of the 2nd District of Southern Leyte, the student interns from the UP Manila, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to welcome and recognize the guests of the Honorable Roman Romulo, representative of the Lone District of Pasig City. They are from the Divorce Filipinas Coalition, namely Alpha Joy Alfafara, Milagros Malikdem Fernandez, Tammy Darin Albert Malig, and Hilda Revilla.
To the guest of Honorable Roman Romulo of the Lone District of Pasig City, from the Divorce Filipinas Coalition, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9598 as contained in Committee Report number 419, submitted by the Committee on Justice. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9599.
House Bill number 9598, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Guillaume Lucci.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the Honorable Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro, the chairperson, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor before this august body House Bill number 9598 as contained in Committee Report number 419, entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Guillaume Lucci in substitution of House Bill number 6131. At the outset, allow me to underscore that the authority of Congress to grant Philippine citizenship is firmly rooted in Article 4, Section 1, Paragraph 4 of the 1987 Constitution, which recognizes as citizens those who are naturalized in accordance with law. In line with this constitutional mandate, and pursuant to Rule 10 of the Internal Rules of the Committee on Justice, the measure before us has been processed strictly as an application for naturalization. Consistent with Sections 26 to 29 of Rule 10, Mr. Lucci personally appeared before the Committee on Justice during the deliberations, together with the bill's author, and complied with all documentary requirements prescribed by the committee, including the submission of authenticated personal records, travel documents, and clearances. To safeguard the integrity of the legislative naturalization process, a comprehensive background investigation was conducted by the Directorate for Intelligence of the Philippine National Police and the National Bureau of Investigation, which included neighborhood checks and coordination with international police counterparts. Their reports confirmed that Mr. Lucci has no derogatory record in the Philippines or in his country of origin. During the committee proceedings, Mr. Lucci was questioned on his reasons for seeking Philippine citizenship and on the ways he has assimilated into Philippine culture. He expressed with sincerity his desire to represent the Philippines in international competitions in honor of his Filipino heritage and in tribute to the deep affection his family continues to hold for our country. When asked to sing the Lupang Hinirang, he made a respectful and passable attempt, a small yet meaningful demonstration of his willingness to embrace our national identity and values. This measure seeks to confer Philippine citizenship upon Mr. Guillaume Lucci in recognition of his meaningful and enduring contributions to the country's infrastructure development, energy security, environmental sustainability, and economic progress. Mr. Lucci has devoted nearly 25 years of his professional life to the planning, financing, and operation of large-scale infrastructure projects around the world. Since 2017, he has served as President and Chief Executive Officer of Prime Infrastructure Capital Incorporated, where he has led projects that directly respond to the essential needs of the Filipino people. Under his stewardship, major initiatives have been advanced in the areas of water security, energy development, and sustainable waste management. Among these are the Wawa Bulk Water Supply Project, which is expected to provide more than 518 million liters of water daily. The Malampaya Deep Water Gas to Power Project, which supplies around 20% of the country's energy requirements, and renewable energy ventures that support our transition toward a cleaner and more sustainable future. Equally important are the innovative waste-to-fuel and waters recovery facilities established in Cebu, Pampanga, and Cavite, which contribute to environmental protection and responsible response management. Beyond his technical expertise and professional accomplishments, Mr. Lucci has demonstrated a sincere commitment to the welfare and development of the Philippines. Through his leadership, investments have been directed towards projects that create jobs, strengthen vital industries, and improve the quality of life of many Filipinos. Granting Philippine citizenship is not merely a legal act. It is a recognition of individuals who have shown genuine commitment, loyalty, and service to our nation, and whose continued participation in national life will greatly benefit the public interest. This proposed measure acknowledges Mr. Guillaume Lucci's valuable contributions and allows him to further share his expertise and experience in support of the country's long-term development goals. I therefore respectfully urge this honorable chamber to approve House Bill number 9598 and grant Philippine citizenship to Guillaume Lucci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
here, Rufus Rodriguez, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
The
for
Honorable
his
Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you very much, dear Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in an act of Congress, we are going to give special treatment to a foreigner to be given all this bundle of rights, to be able to receive all the benefits and powers of citizenship. I always look at all the applications, that's why there are very few that's been approved, to find out whether he stands out from others, whether he has caused out of his social concern the upliftment of people of the lowest rung of society in this country. And therefore, my question is, does Mr. Lucci, aside, of course, he has been here, but he has been here for business and successful businessmen in this country who are, of course, are the underlining rationale for having business is to have profits. So I'd like to know our chairperson, our distinguished chairperson, the lady from Batangas. I never refer to a lady congressman as gentle ladies, because ladies are always gentle, while gentlemen are not always gentle. So just the distinguished lady, we cannot call them the distinguished gentle lady. Gentle na sila eh. Tayo, medyo may problema. Now, we therefore asked, what are these specific acts that would now make him rise above the others, because the Philippine Citizenship Act is there. All you have to do is to file in court and be able to prove in court. This is the House of Representatives who will be giving the special treatment and consideration of this person. And also one question, Madam Chair. Is the applicant here, present? It's very important. This will make him a citizen of the Republic of the Philippines. Do we know whether he's around?
Mr. Speaker, the applicant intimated to this representation that he is attending to a very important matter right now. Nonetheless, I understand that this is just the second reading, and he commit himself to attend on the third reading of this bill on naturalization. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that will be too late. If he wants to become a citizen of this republic, he should be here on the second reading. I see the Honorable, another person whom I will support, Andres Soriano, over there. Present, can you stand up? Oh, yan ang interesado na maging citizen ng Republika ng Pilipinas. But you see, there is another very important reason why, according to our chairperson, he's not attending for an important reason. What will be more important than this bundle of citizenship to become citizen of the great Republic of the Philippines, despite the Senate?
We understand, Mr. Speaker, the position of the honorable gentleman. Nonetheless, we solicit the understanding of the August Chamber, considering that the applicant, Mr. Speaker, is involved in highly important endeavors such as infrastructure development, energy security, environmental sustainability, and economic progress. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, he is committing to present himself on the next reading or the third reading of this legislative measure on his naturalization.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the explanation, but being in infrastructure, big projects, big profit. Being in energy, being in other endeavors, does not show that his heart is given to the people of the Republic of the Philippines. Oh, I think I have been here in Congress 6 terms, and we always oppose. First of all, if the previous Congress, hindi pa nga si Chair, there were many Chinese. Just because they are with Pogo, they applied for citizenship and we opposed all of them. And they were all disapproved. Now, because I stood up in the committee, now there are no more Chinese. I already asked, no more Chinese applicants just because they are managers of Pogo or any other venture. So, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, what are these things that brings him above other businessmen who are into infrastructure? We have Koreans, we have Japanese, we have Americans, those also in energy. We have British, we have Sweden and all of that. But they have to go, if they want to become citizens, they have to go through the Citizenship Act of 1940 and apply in course. Let me know, what are the specific acts that puts the person above others, that we are giving him special treatment of an act of Congress? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned during the sponsorship speech, the applicant is involved in Prime Infrastructure Capital Incorporated. He has led and continued to lead directly significant projects which are essential to the needs of the Filipino people. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, he is also part and engaged with the operation of Wawa Bulk Water Supply Project, Malampaya Deep Water Gas to Power Project, and even in the waste to fuel and what materials recovery facilities in Cebu, Pampanga, and Cavite. Mr. Speaker, we do not contest the position of the honorable gentleman in as far as the significance of the presence of the applicant in today's session in this plenary is concerned. As a matter of fact, this representation is committing to relay the concern of the honorable gentleman about his failure to be present today and make sure that he will be able to make up to his shortcomings for today's second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I appeal to the chairperson. Let us defer this and have him present. We'd like to talk to him and ask him, really, I want to ask him, what are the special deeds that will make you go higher than any ordinary foreigner asking for citizenship? Is that possible, Madam Chairman? Because after all, I am not really objecting, but I just want to know specifically from him, ano ba nagawa niya? Kasi hindi to, this is not an easy matter to be able to give citizenship. So that he will be here for second reading. The third reading will be too late. He will just be here for a vote of yes or no. Is that possible? If we can have a deferment of this. And I promise to support the next agenda this coming July, when we resume on our second regular session of the 20th Congress, to be able to have that supported in the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 9598.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of House Bill number 9598 is hereby suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to thank the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Justice for this accommodation to be able to defer so that we are able to meet the applicant and be able to evaluate with him personally. So thank you to our chairperson, one of the best chairpersons in the history of the House of Representatives, Jinky Luistro. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9599 as contained in Committee Report number 420, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9599.
House Bill number 9599, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Andres Miguel Soriano IV.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, the Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, Honorable Jervil Luistro, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr.
Please proceed.
Speaker, considering the predicament in the previous legislative measure, please allow this representation to make it of record that the applicant Andres Miguel Soriano IV is present in our session today. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor House Bill number 9599 as contained in Committee Report 420, entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Andres Miguel Soriano IV in substitution of House Bill number 1445. At its core, this measure is about recognizing a person who has long demonstrated a sincere commitment to the Filipino people and whose contributions have advanced the welfare of our nation. Mr. Andres Miguel Soriano IV is no stranger to the Philippines. He comes from a family whose history is deeply intertwined with the country's economic, social, and civic development. As the great-grandson of the distinguished Filipino industrialist and philanthropist Andres Soriano, he has inherited not only a respected name, but also a tradition of service and nation building. Yet, Mr. Soriano's qualifications for Philippine citizenship rest not on heritage alone. More importantly, they are founded upon his own record of meaningful contributions to the Philippine society. Through his leadership of the Andres Soriano Foundation Incorporated, he has helped bring assistance to the disadvantaged communities across the country. Under his stewardship, the foundation has supported charitable and humanitarian initiatives that have improved lives and expanded opportunities for many Filipinos. He has likewise championed programs that promote healthcare, particularly through support for cancer research and initiatives aimed at making treatment and medical services more accessible to those in need. He has also supported training and livelihood programs that provide practical skills and create pathways to sustainable employment. Beyond his philanthropic work, Mr. Soriano has contributed to economic development through his involvement in innovative business ventures. Through Amihan Ventures Limited, he has supported the exchange of ideas, technologies, and best practices that encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, and productivity. His dedication to the Philippines extends even to the field of sports. As an accomplished sailor and member of the Manila Yacht Club, he has proudly represented the country in international competitions, including the 2011 to 2012 race around the world. In doing so, he has helped showcase Filipino talent and excellence on the global stage. Taken together, these endeavors reflect a life marked by service, engagement, and a genuine desire to contribute to the country's progress. They demonstrate that Mr. Soriano's bond with the Philippines is not merely one of family history, but one forged through active participation in the nation's development and the well-being of its people. For the record, Mr. Soriano personally appeared before the Committee on Justice and complied with all requirements prescribed under the committee's internal rules governing applications for naturalization. The committee's review confirmed both his qualifications and his commitment to becoming a Filipino citizen. Mr. Speaker, Philippine citizenship is a privilege that carries both honor and responsibility. It is fitting that such privilege be granted to individuals who have shown through their actions a genuine dedication to our country and its people. By approving this measure, we recognize not only Mr. Soriano's accomplishments, but also his continuing commitment to the Philippines and his desire to formally become part of the Philippine nation. I therefore respectfully urge the approval of House Bill number 9599, granting Philippine citizenship to Andres Miguel Soriano IV. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez for his interpellation.
thank you,
The
Majority
Honorable
Leader.
Rufus Rodriguez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example of a person who not only has a lineage of service to his country, the original Andres Soriano, and my uncles were salesmen of San Miguel Corporation, and also my cousins, then going to Coca-Cola. So, but that is beyond what I'm going to support today, because the Sorianos had been trailblazers in the development of our country since the late 1800s. But here we have Andres Soriano IV. And here is what makes him high in the hierarchy of those applicants. Because first, Mr. Speaker, he leads the Andres Soriano Foundation, Inc. Now, what is this foundation about? This helped, Mr. Speaker, to bring assistance to the poor, disadvantaged communities across the country. Under his stewardship, the foundation supported charitable and humanitarian initiatives that has improved the lives and opportunities for many Filipinos. And what are these? So we go specific. That is why this is an important personality to be embraced as a fellow Filipino. He has therefore promoted support for cancer This is one of the least in government. We have the lung center, we have the kidney center, children's hospital, heart. We have a lung center, but cancer center, but it is very small. It has not risen to a level of the other specialty hospitals. And here is a private person who, through his foundation, is supporting cancer research, Mr. Speaker, and initiatives aimed at making treatment and medical services more accessible to those in need, those therefore marginalized people who cannot afford treatment on very expensive treatment on cancer. Then also, this is to help our Filipino workers. And Congressman Elijah will be happy to know this, that he has also supported training and livelihood programs that provide practical skills and create pathways to the workers being represented by Congressman Elijah. And so, that's the second thing that has been done. Third, philanthropic, Mr. Chairman. He has contributed to economic development through involvement in venture such as the Amihan Venture supporting the exchange of ideas, technologies, and best practices, and my gestures are just like President Trump. So, his dedication, therefore, to the field of sports, he has helped all very Filipino endeavors and always supporting sport, for after all, he has a foundation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I second the sponsorship speech of our dear chairperson of the great Committee on Justice of this institution, Jinky Luistro, for the approval of the citizenship of Andres Soriano IV. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I wish to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 9599.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 9599. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9599 is now approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to welcome the guests of Representative Sarah Jane Alago of Gabriela Women's Party List. They are from the University of the Philippines, Manila, and Arellano University School of Law, namely Angela Mitzi Nazareno, Heather Marie Lim, Jaff Marie Banglos, Arabella Luis Cruz, and Audrey Neil Diga.
To the guests of Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of the Gabriela Women's Party, the University of the Philippines, Manila, and Arellano University School of Law interns. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under business for the day, I move to consider Committee Report number 299 submitted by the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the committee report.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 299.
Committee Report 299, Re Committee Case Numbers SC-2026-20, PS-2026-21, PS-2026-2022, and SC-2026-23, findings and recommendations of the committee on the matter of Representative Jesus Bong C. Suntay.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, Representative JCM Abalos.
The Honorable J.C. Abalos is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today to sponsor the comprehensive report of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges regarding the consolidated cases against Representative Jesus Bong C. Suntay under Committee Report number 299 on Committee Case number 20 entitled Liza Maza et al. Versus Representative Jesus Bong C. Suntay, Committee Case number 21 and Committee Case number 22 in the matter of the order of the House on the actuations and statements of Representative Suntay of the 4th District of Quezon City during the House Committee on Justice hearing on March 3, 2026. Committee Case number 23 entitled Ann Ojales Curtis Smith versus Representative Bong C. Suntay. Mr. Speaker, public office is a sacred trust demanding total accountability. As lawmakers, we are held to a higher ethical standard to protect the dignity of this institution. The events of March 3, 2026 began as a crucial House Committee on Justice impeachment hearing. Instead of maintaining legislative focus, the proceedings were disrupted when the respondent publicly made highly inappropriate, sexualized, and indiscreet remarks about a prominent private citizen, Ms. Ann Curtis Smith. These statements had no relevance to the matter at hand and compromised the very decorum of this House. When his colleagues in the Committee on Justice voted to uphold decorum by striking off the record his remarks, respondent publicly rebuked the committee's majority decision, labeling the disciplinary action a dangerous precedent. This defiance was further amplified by its timing, occurring at the commencement of National Women's Month, a period dedicated to honoring the exact values his remarks undermined. The committee meticulously evaluated 2 separate privileged speeches and 2 verified complaints, including a formal complaint filed by Ms. Curtis Smith herself. Based on the committee's evidence on the matter, we find that Representative Suntay's actions and subsequent defiance violate Section 141A, Rule 20 of the House Rules, failing to reflect creditably on this institution. It is apparent from the video footage that the statements made by Representative Suntay are offensive, sexist, and discriminatory against women. When fellow lawmakers moved to preserve the chamber's dignity, the respondent chose resistance over reflection. He actively opposed a motion to strike his inappropriate remarks from the official record, attempting instead to rationalize his objectifying comments as neither sexual nor immoral. Congressional proceedings are formal and solemn proceedings for legislative discourse. Any parliamentary debate within the halls of Congress should reflect advocacies that advance and promote the best interests of our constituency. Disrespectful and offensive remarks with inappropriate sexual underpinnings against any gender have no place in any legislative discourse. The committee therefore found merit in the allegations of Representatives Matibag, Elago, Sendanya, Ismula, Diokno, and Co., together with the private complainants, that indeed the respondent has committed disorderly behavior in violation of the Code of Conduct under Section 141A, Rule 20 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. While the committee took note that the subject statements of Representative Suntay were stricken off the official record of the Committee on Justice, the fact remains that such statements have already been uttered and recorded on video and could be watched and rewatched multiple times, seen and heard by Filipinos and even by the international community. The moment the statements were uttered on live video, the same was made public and the damage to the name and reputation of this institution had already been done. All of these questioned statements, together with media interviews, must not be countenanced. The overt act of verbalizing impure thoughts was already committed, regardless of the intent or the motive behind it. Respect must be present in our metaphors, in our stories, and in the ways we speak about women in public places. The striking off of inappropriate remarks from the official record as a parliamentary remedy does not undo the harm caused or reverse the insensitivities towards women who felt offended thereof. The questioned statements and actuations of respondent during the impeachment hearing and subsequent media interviews brought a breach of the public peace in the House of Representatives as an institution and violated the standards of public morals of its members. Likewise, the committee found respondents to have breached the core standards of professionalism, justness, and sincerity mandated by Republic Act No. 6713. As elected public officials, House members are looked up to by the people as their representatives and should therefore embody a high standard of morals, ethics, and professionalism in their public and private lives. Uttering indecent, lewd, and discriminatory slurs against women or against any gender, especially in an official proceeding, clearly violates the norm of conduct in the discharge of one's official duties and the standards set by Republic Act No. 6713, which mandates public officials to refrain from any act contrary to good customs or decency to maintain the integrity of their office. The committee found substantial evidence to warrant a disciplinary action and the application of remedial measures against respondent. There is no denial that the essence of due process was sufficiently complied with in the present case. In fact, on the first appearance of the respondent before the committee on March 10, respondent admitted lapses of judgment, and on March 18, he made an unequivocal admission of his knowledge of the nature and consequences of his statements. His admission, which he viewed as an isolated lapse, was also formally made in writing as part of his response dated March 17, 2026, particularly under item number 79, page 15 thereof. An admission made during a hearing, particularly admission through testimonies of respondent, qualifies as substantial evidence, as it is a self-harming statement regarding a fact in issue. It does not require proof and is binding, serving as adequate, relevant evidence for a reasonable mind to support a conclusion in legal or administrative proceedings. In administrative hearings like those for misconduct, an admission by respondent, even if not overwhelming, can satisfy this quantum of proof because it provides a reasonable ground to believe that the respondent is responsible. Such admission of the respondent and his willingness to accept the disciplinary action of reprimand, undergo a voluntary community service, and attend gender sensitivity seminar organized by the House Committee on Women and Gender Equality were considered by the committee as akin to a plea bargaining agreement and thus constitute substantial evidence to support a committee determination. After thorough deliberation on these cases, the committee finds that respondent Representative Suntay of the 4th District of Quezon City, guilty of committing disorderly behavior, having uttered inappropriate or improper statements during the March 3, 2026 hearing of the House Committee on Justice, along with all other relevant statements made thereon in social media, which reflected negatively upon the dignity, integrity, and reputation of the House of Representatives as an institution. Wherefore, the committee recommends that Representative Suntay be penalized with a disciplinary action of reprimand under Section 52B, Paragraph 2, Rule 9 of the committee rules, render voluntary community service, undergo gender sensitivity seminar organized by the House Committee on Women and Gender Equality, and issue a public apology to Ms. Ann Curtis Smith and all women in a statement to be read before a television or broadcast media. Mr. Speaker, if we do not police our own ranks, we erode public trust in the entire legislature. Misconduct cannot mask itself as free speech, nor can institutional privilege be used as a shield against accountability. For these reasons, the Committee on Ethics and Privileges submits this report and urgently moves for the immediate adoption of its recommended disciplinary actions against the respondent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Isidro Ungab for his manifestation.
Representative Isidro Ungab has 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to manifest to object to the adoption of the report of the Committee on Ethics and Privilege insofar as it recommends the reprimand of our colleague, the gentleman from the 4th District of Quezon City, Representative Bong Suntay. The central fact is this. The statement that the subject of this recommendation no longer exists in the records of the House. On the very day the words were uttered in the hearing of the Committee on Justice, a member moved that they be stricken from the record. That motion was granted. The words were expunged. By the deliberate act of this institution, they were declared to be in law and in fact, as though they had never been spoken on the floor of any committee of this House. That is not a trivial thing. To strike a statement from the record is the strongest sanction our rules provide at the moment of utterance. It is the House saying in real time, these words have no place here, and we remove them. The remedy was applied, it was complete, and it was accepted. And so I ask this body, in all candor, if the words have been expunged, what precisely remains to be reprimanded? A reprimand is a formal, recorded, public censure entered into the permanent journal of this House. But the predicate of that reprimand, the offending statement itself, was ordered removed from the very journal months ago. We would be writing into the permanent record a punishment for words we have already commanded the record not to contain. We would be resurrecting in the act of condemning the very statement which was voted to be erased. This is not accountability, this is contradiction. Three principles compel my objection. First, no double penalty for a single act. It is a bedrock principle of fairness, woven through our Constitution and our jurisprudence, that a person shall not be made to answer twice for the same offense. When the words were stricken, the matter was addressed and closed at the level of this House proceedings. To now impose a reprimand on top of the expungement is to sanction the same act a second time. Second, proportionality of the dignity of our own remedies. This House has a graduated ladder of discipline: admonition, reprimand, censure, suspension, and expulsion. The motion to strike sits at the foundation of that ladder as it was invoked and exhausted at the scene. To climb the ladder again after the fact for a conduct already remedied is disproportionate. It treats our own immediate remedy as if it is counted for nothing. And in doing so, it weakens the authority of future motion to strike that any of us may someday need to invoke. Third, the member has already accounted for himself. The gentleman from Quezon City rose on the floor on a privileged speech and apologized to those who were offended. The conduct was addressed in the record by his own words of contrition, and the offending words were removed from the record by the House's own order. Mr. Speaker, what I cannot support is a doubling of a sanction upon an act we have already nullified. To do so would not strengthen our commitment to respect. It would only weaken the coherence of our rules and set a precedent that no expungement is ever truly final. That every member, having had words stricken and having apologized, may still be hauled forward months later for a record punishment over the same erased sentence. That is not the standard of fairness I am willing to vote in our precedents. I ask my colleagues to defend not a colleague, but a principle, that this House keeps forth within its rules, own rules, that it does not punish when it has already erased, and that fairness is not suspended even for the unpopular case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report Number 299, and pursuant to our rules, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the committee report and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting.
There is a motion to adopt the findings and recommendation contained in committee report number 299. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Committee Report 299, Reg Committee Case Numbers SC-2026-20, PS-2026-21, PS-2026-22, and SC-2026-23, findings and recommendations of the Committee on the matter of Representative Jesus Bong C. Suntay. Roll call of members, Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Asidre. Acop. Acosta. Adyong. Advincola. Agaraw. Agyao. Alano. Alba. Albano. Almario Chino Miguel. Almario Dennis. Almonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Amante. Amatong. Ang. Angara. Angeles. Aquino. Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison Munir. Arbison Munir Jr. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Aumentado. Ayon. Bagaw. Balindong. Banyas Nograles. Bangkoro. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Bascug. Bautista Claude. Bautista Johan Monich. Bautista Lim. Beltran. Benitez Alfredo. Benitez Javier Miguel. Bernos Ching. Bernos JB. Biron. Bocobo. Bolilia. Bondok. Briones. Bulot Begtang. Cagas. Calderon. Calixto. Kawagdan. Cari. Castro. Caiton. Celeste. Sendanya. Ceniza. Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario. Chan Junard. Chua. Chuatay. Chungalao. Ho. Popular. Pohuanco Jaime Eduardo Mark. Pohuanco Mark. Colliantes. Corvera. Cruz Agatha. Cruz Ricardo. Cruzado. Hua. Dagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, and I will explain my vote later. Thank you.
Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Cortez, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisse Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ho Antonio, Ho Elisa, Ho Wilton, Hong Hun, Ho, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legazpi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura,
Mr.
Matibag.
Speaker, Taguig Party List votes no, and I intend to explain my vote after the nominal voting. Thank you.
Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Oamenal Henry, Oamenal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicias Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Redon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Aman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab,
No.
Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of Committee Report number 299. Ang, Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Gulepa, Ho Wilton, Makasait, Mercado, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Redon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 263 members voting in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 7 abstentions, the findings and recommendations contained in Committee Report number 299 are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Sarah Jane Ilago of Gabriela Party List.
Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, malinaw sa findings ng committee na hindi katanggap-tanggap at hindi dapat gawing normal ang paggamit sa isang analogy, ang pagtingin sa babae bilang isang bagay. Hindi ito simpleng analogy kung ito ay nagnonormalisa sa hindi pantay na pagtingin sa mga kababaihan sa ating lipunan. But I have said this before and I'll say it again. Accountability must also be institutional, not merely personal. Ang ganitong issue ay nagpapakita na dapat kagyat at kailangan na magkaroon ng mas matibay na mga patakaran at institusyonal na mekanismo dito mismo sa Kongreso upang matiyak ang paggalang sa kababaihan sa lahat ng antas rin ng pamahalaan. We must establish a mandatory gender sensitivity and anti-sexual harassment training for all members of the House and our staff with concrete protocols for reporting, investigation, and sanctions, as well as psychosocial and legal support for victims, survivors. We must strengthen and fully implement a safe workplace policy within Congress. There should also be a firm commitment by this chamber to advance legislation and policies that protect women and uphold their rights. especially measures that strengthen protections against harassment and discrimination, promote decent work, and ensure accessible services for victims and survivors of gender-based violence in the world of work. Sa ganitong paraan, masisiguro natin na ang ating mga institusyong pampubliko ay aktibong nagtataguyod ng paggalang, pagkakapantay-pantay at pananagutan. Hindi tayo mga ordinaryong mamamayan, mga mambabatas. Tayo ay duty bearer bilang hinalal na opisyal na may mga nire-representa dito sa Kongreso. Hamon sa ating lahat, hamon sa lahat ng public officials na magsilbing halimbawa ng paggalang sa karapatan ng bawat isa, anuman ang kasarian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Paulo Henry Marcoleta of Sagip Party List.
Honorable Paolo Marcolita is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Section 11, Article 6 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution states that no member of Congress can be questioned or held liable in any other place for any speech, debate, or vote made in Congress or any of its committees. Mr. Speaker, nung sinambit po ni Congressman Suntay yung kanyang remarks tungkol kay Ma'am Ann Curtis, ang committee po ay nagkakaroon ng committee work that time. No? Kaya nung sinabi niya yung mga katagang iyon, he is covered by parliamentary immunity. Even more so na ito po ay stricken off the record, tinanggal na. Dapat hindi na po siya pinatawan ng anumang ethics case. Although I do not agree with everything that Kong Bong Suntay remarked about Miss Ann Curtis, sa akin naman medyo sumobra ang pagsasalarawan na yon. Even then, he is still covered by the blanket of parliamentary immunity that grants members of Congress two primary protections: freedom from arrest and privilege of speech and debate. And these privileges are designed to protect the integrity of the legislative process. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing the provisions of House Bill Number 8476 and Senate Bill Number 1894, enhancing the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move to ratify the said Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said Conference Committee report. All those in favor of the Conference Committee report say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The said Conference Committee report is ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill Number 8389, printed copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House, and for this purpose may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill Number 8389 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8389, an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8389. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagaw, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulot Bigtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Sinisa, Chan, Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chongalaw, Popular, Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Kuwa, Dagook, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no. Will explain later.
Noted. Please proceed.
De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Jesus, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Jokno, Junicio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will reserve the right to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
Emano, Enverga, Erice.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Pereira Antonio, Pereira Jeffrey, Flores, Cortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Puentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Orturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Garjola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Shin, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charizan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Po Antonio, Po Elisa, Po Wilton, Kunghun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasin Maria, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Ligarda,
Mr.
Ligaspi.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no. I'd like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda,
Madrona, Malapitan, Mangodadatu, Manikis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Uaminal Henry, Uminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Remisios Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suan, Suansing Bella Vanessa, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Tuntay, Talyado, Tan Ayman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Tereng, Teves, Chanco, Cheng.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes and I will explain my vote later.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Cheng, Tolentino, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Rarfendel, Tupas.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and will explain my vote later. Thank
Noted.
you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Tutor, T, Umali, Ungab, Uy Di Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jason Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 8389. Ang Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Glepa, Co Wilton, Leviste, Makasait, Mercado, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
Po.
With 271 members voting in the affirmative, 16 in the negative, and 7 abstentions, House Bill number 8389 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Senior Deputy Speaker Ferdinand L. Hernandez to explain his vote.
Senior Deputy Speaker Hernandez is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I voted yes, and I will explain my vote. The Constitution has long spoken on this issue. Article 2, Section 26 of the 1987 Constitution commands the state to guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service, to prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law. But the Constitution itself did not define what a political dynasty is. It left the difficult task to the wisdom of Congress, to the House of Representatives and the Senate, because the framers themselves understood that this was never going to be a simple issue. And rightly so, because in a democratic society, defining political dynasty requires a careful balancing act between competing democratic values. On one hand, we must respect the sovereign right of the people to choose their leaders. No law should casually take away from the voters the power to decide who they believe can best serve them. But on the other hand, we must also obey the command of the Constitution to reduce the excessive concentration of political power and to make public service more open, more competitive, more accessible to ordinary Filipinos. Reasonable people may disagree on what exactly constitutes a political dynasty. What may be considered excessive in one country may not necessarily apply the same way in another. Philippine political context is unique, historically, culturally, socially, and electorally. And no one has a monopoly on the correct definition. That is precisely why the Constitution entrusted Congress with the responsibility of crafting a workable, practical, democratic, acceptable definition under the Philippine conditions. Because constitutional governance is not merely about abstract theory. It is also about practical governance, about finding reforms that are actually capable of moving through democratic institutions and becoming real. For almost 40 years, however, the constitutional command remained unanswered. Administrations changed, Congresses came and went, election after election passed. Yet, no enabling law was enacted to seriously define and regulate political dynasties. For decades, the issue remained trapped between political hesitation, constitutional debate, and legislative paralysis. Today, finally, there is movement. And history must fairly acknowledge that this happened under the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., under the leadership of Speaker Faustino D. III, the guidance of Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander Sandro Marcos III, to the hard work, of course, of our Representative Sia Alonto Adjong, and also those who helped push this long-delayed institutional reform forward through the House Bill 8389. Because for many years, anti-political dynasty reform was often discussed during campaigns, speeches, and public forums, but rarely advanced in a serious and practical way to the legislative process itself. Today, Congress has finally acted, not merely lip service, not empty rhetoric, not slogans repeated every election season. Action. And when leadership of the House said that reform measures would move, it actually delivered. This is the first time that this ever happened in the history of legislature. This measure may not satisfy everyone completely. There are valid criticisms. Some will say the bill is too narrow. Others will argue that the restriction should go farther, stronger and deeper. Fair points. But imperfect reform is still reform. And frankly, after decades of standing completely still, an imperfect step forward is still infinitely better than permanent paralysis. At the very least, the measure begins confronting the problem of excessive concentration of political power. It introduces institutional guardrails, recognizes that democracy works best when political competition is genuine, when leadership is renewable, and when governance is not perceived as permanently reserved for only a handful of families across generations. And importantly, this measure is not about attacking families. It is about protecting institutions. Because the stronger institutions become, the less dependent the country becomes on surnames, personalities, and entrenched political machinery. And this is where the issue becomes larger than politics itself. Because nation building is not merely about roads, bridges, infrastructure projects, budgets, or economic growth statistics. Nation building is also about building institutions strong enough to keep democracy open. Open enough that a young Filipino from outside established political circles can still aspire to the public office, not because of bloodline, but because of merit, competence, ideas, and genuine desire to serve the nation. The Anti-Political Dynasty Act will not magically solve corruption, poverty, or weak governance overnight. No single law can do that. But laws still matter. Because laws shape incentives, they shape political culture, and eventually, they help shape national direction. And perhaps this is the deeper value of this measure. It tells Filipinos that public office should remain open to them too. That republic still belongs to all citizens and not merely to a powerful few. That democracy must continuously create a space for new leaders, reformers, new ideas, new voices, capable of helping shape the destiny of the nation. The Constitution demands action nearly 4 decades ago. At long last, the country is finally taking a step, debated, imperfect, unfinished perhaps, but finally, undeniably a step forward. And this is precisely why this institution reform deserves this support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize our distinguished colleague from the Lone District, Dinakad Islands, Representative Kaka J. Bagao, for her explanation.
Representative Kaka Bacao is recognized. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ako po ay bumoboto ng no sa House Bill 8389 o ang Anti-Political Dynasty Act. Malinaw po ang mandato ng ating konstitusyon na dapat ipinagbawal ng Estado ang political dynasty alinsunod sa itatakda ng batas. Ngunit ang version na ito ay hindi ang uri ng political dynasty law na isinasaad at pinapangarap ng konstitusyon. Sa halip na bawagin ang konsentrasyon ng kapangyarihang pampolitika sa iilang pamilya, tila lalo pa nitong ginagawang katanggap-tanggap sa pamamagitan ng mga batas at limitadong pagbabawal. Sa loob ng maraming dekada, ipinakita na ng iba't ibang pag-aaral at sa aktwal na karanasan ang malinaw na ugnayan ng political dynasty sa kahirapan, mahinang pamamahala, korupsyon, at kawalan ng tunay na representasyon. Ang mga lugar na kontrolado ng iilang pamilya sa politika ay madalas ding mga lugar na nakakaranas ng pinakamalalalim na kahirapan at pinakamahinang demokratikong partisipasyon. Ang bersyon na ito ay hilaw. Ipinagbabawal lamang nito ang iilang sabayang posisyon sa loob ng limitadong political units. Ngunit pinapayagan pa rin ang mga pamilya na patuloy na magpalawak at magpanatili ng kanilang kapangyarihan sa iba't ibang antas ng political units. Tinatalakay nito ang forma, ngunit hindi ang tunay na diwa ng problema. Nagbibigay ito ng ilusyon ng reforma, ngunit hindi tunay na tinutugunan ang ugat ng political dynasty. Ang kailangan ng mamamayang Pilipino ay isang batas na tunay na magpapalawak ng demokratikong partisipasyon at magbubukas ng pamumuno sa ordinaryong mamamayan. Hindi isang mahinang batas na tila ni-regulate lamang kung paano muling aayusin ang mga political dynasty ang kanilang mga hanay. Dahil po dito, ako po ay bumuboto ng no. Dagang salamat ug maayong adlaw sa atong tanan.
Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Percy Sendanya for his explanation.
Representative Percy Sindania is recognized. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our mandate from the 1987 Constitution is very clear. Prohibit political dynasties. Unfortunately, the measure we approve fails big time to embody the true spirit and intent of this constitutional provision in question. It does not even come anywhere near the word prohibition. Earlier, our colleague said that this is an imperfect policy and that we'd rather have an imperfect policy rather than paralysis. To call this measure imperfect is a gross understatement. In fact, it is misleading. This policy, more than prohibit, actually enables political dynasties by redrawing the rules of the game with the same net effect, the prize of political power capture. Prohibit in Filipino, ipagbawal, pigilin, hadlangan. Pero sa pagpasa natin ng batas na ito, ano ba talagang pinagbabawal natin? 2 Cayetano sa Senado, 2 bilyar, ilang magnanay o magtatay na local officials? Hindi po ito sapat. We could have definitely done more. We missed a historic opportunity. Sinayang natin ang pagkakataon na nagkaroon tayo ng isang anti-political dynasty bill na nakarating hanggang 3rd reading at nagkaroon pa ng maraming public consultations. Sinayang natin ang pagkakataon na may overwhelming public support para sa anti-political dynasty legislation. Sinayang natin ang pagkakataon na maibalik ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa kanilang kongreso. Sigurado po ako, after today, we will see #paasa. Pinaasa natin ang taong bayan na kaya nating wakasan ang dekadang pangungopong sa kapangyarihan ng iilang apelyido lamang. Pinaasa natin ang taong bayan na pwede sila naman ang mamuno na ang kapangyarihan ay maaaring ibahagi sa normal na Pilipino. Na lahat tayo, anuman ang estado natin sa buhay, ay may pantay na oportunidad na maglingkod sa ating bayan. Gaya ng sa isang totoong demokrasya. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I cannot in good conscience support this bill. Akbayan votes a vehement no.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from the Lone District of Navotas City, Representative Toby M. Chanco.
Representative Toby Tiangco is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues. Mula pa sa simula, ay malinaw ko nang inihayag ang aking pag-alinlangan sa bersyon na ito ng Anti-Political Dynasty Bill. Gayunpaman, ipinasya ng Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms na ito ang magiging pinal na bersyong inihain sa plenaryo. Nais ko nang linawin na hindi ako miyembro ng nasabing committee. Sa bersyong ito, lahat ng halal na posisyon ay bawal ng sabayan ang magkakamag-anak hanggang sa ikalawang antas ng pagkakadugo at pagkakahinatnan o tinatawag na second degree of consanguinity and affinity. Maliban sa mga magkakamag-anak dito sa House of Representatives. Dahil dito, mananatiling pinapayagan ang mag-asawa, mag-ama, mag-ina, magkapatid, at maging magkalolot apo na sabay maging congressman, isa sa distrito, isa sa party list. Malinaw na sa anumang batas na ipapasa ng Kamara ay hindi dapat makinabang ang sariling mga miyembro nito. Kaya nga noong panahon ng interpelasyon, iminungkahi kong isang congressman na lamang bawat pamilya sa buong House of Representatives. Ngunit hindi ito tinanggap ng komite. Ang naging resulta, lumilitaw na ang mga miyembro ng Kamara ang siyang exempted sa panukalang batas na ito. Ngayon, nasa puntong dapat ng pagbotohan ang bersyon na ito. Yes o no? At sa kabila ng aking pag-aalinlangan, pinili kong bumoto ng yes. Batid kong may mga grupong nagsasabing masyadong maluwag ang mga probisyon ng House Bill 8389. Ngunit paano pa po natin itong hihigpitan ang batas na ito para sa ibang posisyon kung ang Kamara mismo ay hindi mababawasan? Bago tayo maghigpit sa iba, dapat munang baguhin ang probisyon para sa mga miyembro ng House of Representatives. Kaya't muli akong naghahain ng kahilingan sa mga magiging miyembro ng Bicameral Conference Committee. Amyendahan ang probisyong ito upang maging isa lamang bawat pamilya sa buong House of Representatives. Hindi maaaring sabay sa distrito at party list. Isa lamang. Mahalaga ito upang ipakitang pantay-pantay ang batas na ito at hindi nakaligtas dito ang mga miyembro ng House of Representatives. Inisip ko rin bumoto ng no sapagkat hindi ako kontento sa lahat ng nilalaman ng batas. Ngunit ipinasya kong mas mabuting bumoto ng yes upang masimulan ang reformang ito kaysa hindi aprubahan dahil lamang sa hindi tayo sang-ayon sa ilang probisyon nito. Ganito talaga ang katotohanan sa paggawa ng batas. Minsan, hindi nakakamit ng puro at buo ang isang advokasya. Halimbawa, kung magmungkahi ako ng batas na dapat alisin ang VAT, ngunit ang ipinasya ng komite at nakararaming kasamahan na hindi maaring 0 at dapat 6% lang. Ibig bang sabihin nito ay dapat akong bumoto ng do dahil ang mungkahi ko ay dapat 0? Hindi ba't mas mabuti pa rin ang 6% kaysa 12%? Ganon din dito. Mahina man ang ilang probisyon ng House Bill 8389, may tunay namang mababawas na mga miyembro ng political dynasty. Kapag pinatay natin ang panukalang ito dahil hindi tayo kontento sa tindi ng kabuuan nito, wala ni isang mang mababawas na miyembro ng political dynasty. Kaya sa kabila ng ilang pag-aalinlangan, mas pipiliin ko na matuloy ito at masimulan ang reforma. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List Kabataan, Representative Rene Luis M. Co.
Representative Rene Luis M. Co. is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bumoboto ng no ang kinatawang ito sa House Bill number 8389. Mr. Speaker, hindi nga natin matawag na anti-political dynasty law ang panukalang batas na ito dahil hindi naman natunay na ipinagbabawal ang political dynasties. I reiterate, this bill does not prohibit but instead merely regulates the dynastic rule of a few families in our country's politics.
Sa ilalim ng pinalabnaw na bersyong ito, pwedeng-pwede pa rin tumakbo ang mga magkakamag-anak at maupo sa iba't ibang posisyon sa iba't ibang antas ng gobyerno. Dahil binabaan ang pinagbabawal na political dynasty relationship mula 4th civil degree patungong 2nd civil degree at nilagyan pa nga ng mga kondisyon sa kung saang antas lamang ipinagbabawal ang dynastic relations, lulusot pa rin ang sumusunod na senaryo. 1. Magpipinsan na sabay-sabay tatakbo at hahawak ng magkakaibang posisyon sa loob ng iisang lugar. 2. Magkakapatid na sabay-sabay tatakbo at hahawak ng parehong posisyon sa magkakaibang lugar. O kaya ikatlo, sina lolo politiko, papa politiko, at kuya politiko na magkakasunod na tatakbo at hahawak ng parehong pwesto. Ayon sa Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism, kalahati ng mga nakaupong party list reps sa Kongreso ngayon ay mula sa political dynasties at mga kinatawan pa lang ito ng party list. Paano pa kaya sa mga distrito? Paano pa kaya sa iba't ibang mga lalawigan, sa mga lungsod o bayan o sa iba't ibang barangay? Mr. Speaker, political dynasties were meant to be prohibited under the 1987 Philippine Constitution not because families are discouraged from partaking in public service. Rather, because rich and powerful families have long held on to their positions of power to begin with. Almost 40 years later, and where are we now? It is no wonder that the Philippine government is commonly described as sila-sila lang. Sa huli, Mr. Speaker, may mas malalim na ugat ang political dynasties. Ang burokratang kapitalismo o ang paggamit ng gobyerno bilang negosyo na huthutan ng pansariling kita. Kaya pinili ng ibang angkan na gawin na lamang family business ang ating pamahalaan. Burokrata kapitalismo ang sakit, habang political dynasties ang sintomas nito. Kaya naman, labas pa sa panukalang batas na ito, patuloy nakikilos ang kabataan para magamot ang sakit at tuluyang mawala ang sintomas. Muli, ang kinatawang ito ay bumoboto ng no sa peking anti-political dynasty bill na ito, alang-alang sa kabataang Pilipino na sawang-sawa na sa paghahari-harian ng iilan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List Akbayan, Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Shell Jokno.
Representative Jose Manuel Tadeo Chel Diokno is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. On behalf of Akbayan Party List, I wish to register our firm, unwavering, and resounding vote of no to the ratification of House Bill number 8389. 38 years na po natin iniintay ang isang tunay na anti-political dynasty law. 38 years of waiting only to be given a piece of legislation that is more concerned with perpetuating political dynasties than ending them. Political dynasties are the ultimate form of concentration of political power. Ang tanong ko po, if House Bill 8389 is a genuine anti-political dynasty bill, bakit sa ilalim nitong panukala, pwede pa rin na sa isang pamilya may presidente, senador, congressperson, governor at mayor? Pwedeng-pwede pa rin umupo ang ama bilang governor, habang mayor ng isang lungsod ang panganay na anak, at mayor naman ng karatig lungsod ang pangalawang anak. At kapag natapos na ang kanilang mga term limit, pwede pa rin silang magpasapasahan ng posisyon. To my distinguished colleagues, with all due respect, huwag na po tayo maglokohan. Ang nakasulat sa papel ay anti-dynasty, pero ang totoo, ito po ay isang pro-dynasty bill. If one family can hold positions across multiple levels of government, that is still concentration of power. Kung sila ang nakaupo sa taas at sila pa rin ang nakaupo sa baba, pwede pa rin magkampihan, magtulungan at magprotektahan. Halos wala itong pinagkaiba sa nangyayari ngayon. Pwede pa rin magbaba ng kontrata at proyekto ang isang senador o congressman para sa kapatid niyang governor. Pwede pa rin gamitin ng isang governor ang Kapitolyo para harangin at ipitin ang kalaban ng anak niyang tumatakbong mayor. At pwede pa rin gamitin ng isang Pangulo ang buong puwersa ng gobyerno para pagtakpan ang mga gawain na masama ng kanyang pinsan sa Kongreso. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, there is one other glaring infirmity in this bill. Gagawa na nga tayo ng isang anti-dynasty bill, hindi pa natin isinama ang party list. Sa panukalang ito, pwede pa rin maging district rep si Mr. habang si Mrs. naman ay nakaupo sa tabi niya bilang party list representative. Ang tanong, nasaan ang pagbabago dito? Hindi ko makita, Mr. Speaker. Ang mga nasa tuktok ng Tatsulok ay nananatiling nasa tuktok at tuloy pa rin ang kanilang ligaya. Dear colleagues, we cannot in conscience support a bill that goes against the spirit of our Constitution. Article 2, Section 26 clearly provides, the state shall guarantee equal access to opportunities for public service and prohibit political dynasties as may be defined by law. Tungkulin natin buksan ang pinto ng serbisyo publiko at gawing patas para sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino. Pero sa panukalang ito, hindi natin winawakasan ang paghahari ng mga dinastiya, kung hindi ginawa pa natin legal at bahagi ng sistema. Ipaglaban naman natin ang ating bansa. Unahin naman natin ang interes ng bawat Pilipino, hindi lamang ang ilang pamilya. Let us reject this flawed legislation and pass an anti-dynasty law that truly, really, genuinely levels the playing field. Isang patas na Pilipinas para sa lahat ng Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List ML, Representative Leila M. De Lima.
Representative Leila M. De Lima is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, from the Mamamayang Liberal or ML party list, this representation votes no to House Bill number 8389 or the Anti-Political Dynasty Act. At the onset, allow me to acknowledge the good sponsor for accepting the amendments proposed by this representation. However, these changes do not fix the fundamental issue with HB 8389. It is not a true or genuine anti-dynasty law, but rather a dynasty legitimization act. First, the bill has no succession ban. A governor can be succeeded by a spouse, who can be succeeded by a child, who can be succeeded by a sibling, indefinitely, legally, under this bill. Second, the bill permits a governor, a mayor, and a representative from the same family governing the same province simultaneously, as it only prohibits relatives from holding office within the same level of government, not within the same territory. Third, the bill permits multiple congressional districts controlled by one family within the same province, 3 adjacent districts, 3 relatives, all voting for the same party line. Legal, exactly as it operates today. Nothing changes. Fourth, the bill neither covers party list representatives as protected positions nor references incumbents. Therefore, a senator's son or daughter can be nominated and serve as a party list representative, perfectly legal under this bill. Fifth, the bill limits the prohibition to relatives within the second degree of consanguinity or affinity, covering spouses, parents, children, and siblings. However, this second degree prohibition excludes broader kinship networks, such as grandparents, first cousins, uncles, aunts, nieces, and nephews, through which dynastic power is often exercised. Limiting this prohibition to only the second degree narrows the reach of the law and allows extended family networks, which remain close-knit in Philippine culture, to continue operating within the same political sphere. Sixth, the bill does not address, hence permits substitution, caretaker designation, and every indirect route to office. The prohibition under this bill covers only direct candidacy, not the back doors. Mr. Speaker, the Filipino people have been waiting for this law since 1987. 39 na taon. We can do better than this. We can pass a law worthy of the wait. A law the framers of the 1987 Constitution would recognize as the fulfillment of their mandate, not a betrayal of it. I vote no to HB 8389, not because I oppose anti-dynasty legislation. I vote no precisely because I support it, and I refuse to support a law that effectively institutionalizes political dynasties. The Filipino people deserve better. The Constitution demands better. We can do better. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List Gabriela Women's Party, Representative Sarah Jane I. Ilago.
Representative Sarah Jane Ilago is recognized. Please proceed.
This representation is vehemently voting no to House Bill number 8389, or an act prohibiting political dynasties in national and local elective offices. The prohibition against political dynasties is constitutionally mandated under Section 26, Article 2 of the Philippine Constitution. However, the power to define this has been vested in Congress. In the 20th Congress, this representation filed House Bill number 4784 to define and prohibit political dynasties in the Philippines. Under this House Bill, no person shall run or hold any elective, national, or local office simultaneously with their relative within the fourth degree of consanguinity or affinity, nor can they run or immediately succeed to the elective position of a relative within the same degree of relationship. Through this proposal, Gabriela Women's Party believes that equal opportunities will be open to people who are just as qualified to run and serve public office. However, the current version of the Anti-Political Dynasty Bill now, or House Bill number 8389, is but a watered-down version to prohibit political dynasties in the Philippines. Instead of restricting the concentration of political power of one family, it legitimizes the practice by allowing relatives of up to second degree to hold one office per political unit in the national, legislative, provincial, municipal, city, and barangay levels. This means that one family can hold 5 different elected positions at the same time. Although in different political units, House Bill number 8389 allows one family to have influence in each level of elective government, weakening the checks and balances in government and allowing the promotion or bias to the interest of the ruling family and those who support them. Matagal nang sinusulong ng makabayan mula pa noong taong 2001, noong unang nagpasa at naghain ng panukalang batas ang bayan muna para sa prohibition ng political dynasties. Kaya naman ngayong 25 years na mula noong unang naipanukala ang batas na ito laban sa pagtatatag ng political dynasty sa Pilipinas at sa 39 years na matagal nang hinihintay ito ng taong bayan, kailangan natin maging masusi at mapanuri upang masigurado na ang esensya ng pagbabawal sa political dynasties ay nasa batas na magbabawal dito. Kaya nga naman, bumuboto ng no ang kinatawan na ito sa House Bill number 8389. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, from the 2nd District of Caloocan City, I move to recognize Representative Edgar R. Erice.
Representative Edgar R. Erice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Distinguished as I regard you, my dear colleagues. But today, pasensya na po. Kahapon po, kinantahan kayo kay Kuli Desma, kahit sintonado ang boses ko. Ngayon naman, gusto ko kantahan kayo kay Shasha Padilla naman. Mambobola, boladas mo'y tigilan na. Mambobola, pagkat kami sawang-sawa na. Bola, palusot at peke ang panukalang batas na ito. Hindi ko kayang tawagin itong isang anti-political dynasty bill sapagkat ito ay lumalabag sa Article 2, Section 26 ng ating konstitusyon mismo. Ito ay paglapastangan at pagbaluktot sa tunay na diwa at layunin ng saligang batas. Palusot ito sa konstitusyon. Palusot ito sa panawagan ng mamamayan. Kawawang mga Pilipino, ninanakawan pa na itinuturing pa ng mga mamang at walang kakayahang umunawa sa ating mga ginagawang batas. Katanggap-tanggap ba sa kanila ang isang batas na anti-political dynasty pero 10 miyembro ng pamilya pwedeng manungkulan ng sabay-sabay na sunod-sunod pa? Asawa, anak, kapatid, apo, ito ay hindi na paglilingkod sa bayan. Ito ay kasakiman sa kapangyarihan. Tunay na ayaw nating magbigay ng pagkakataon sa mga ordinaryo nating kapwa Pilipino na may kakayahan at galing din naman. Baka sabihin ng mamamayan, saan ba tayo kumukuha ng tapang ng muka upang naisin nating pamilya na lang natin ang nasa kapangyarihan at gawing laruan ang mamamayan sa pamamagitan ng patronage politics. Sa halip na bigyan ng tamang pamantayan sa pagpili ng mamumuno sa bayan, salapi, panggigipit, at pananakot ang nagiging pamamaraan ng marami. Peke, palusot, budol, bola ang panukalang ito. Hindi ito lulusot sa Bicameral Conference Committee. Mabubulok lamang ito doon sapagkat ang bersyon ng Senado ay tunay. 2 lang kada pamilya, isa sa national position at isa sa local position. Ang atin ay peke. Paano magkakasundo? Kaya ano mangyayari? Ito ay isang pagkukunwari sapagkat ito ay ma-archive lang sa Bicameral Conference Committee. Reforma? Wala naman. At ang mas masahol pa, sa kasalukuyan, 2-3, legal na, pwede na rin 10. It will promote political dynasties rather than prohibit it. Ipinangako ang reformang ito ni Pangulong Marcos. Ipinangako niya sa mga nagrarally sa EDSA nung galit na galit ang mga mamamayan sa corruption, sa budget, at sa infrastructure. Ipinangako niya ito sa simbahan. Pinako niya sa mga galit na mamamayang Pilipino. Ngunit ang peking batas na ito ay patunay na hindi seryoso ang Pangulo. At ang pangako niya ay walang halaga, bola-bola lamang. Mr. Speaker, I vote no. No to this fake reform. No to this deception. And I strongly condemn this House for passing a bill whose purpose is not to dismantle political dynasties, but to pull the Filipino people into believing it has done so. The Filipino people deserve a genuine reform, not a legislative hoax disguised as a constitutional compliance. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List Akbayan, Representative Dada Kiram Ismula to explain her vote.
Representative Dada Kiram Esmula is recognized. Please proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, I rise today to explain my no vote on House Bill number 8389. Noong mga nakaraang buwan, bumalik ako sa aming komunidad, sa aming ancestral domain. I spoke with young, brilliant Moros, indigenous women, and fisher folk who have the wisdom, the sincerity, and the passion to take part in leading our country. Lalo na ngayon, nasa gitna tayo ng economic crisis. Who can best address ang mga issues ng sikmura kung hindi din ang mga manggagawa, mga taxpayers, at mga producers na nagpapatakbo ng ating ekonomiya? In a genuine democracy, ordinary people should be in spaces of power, taking charge of matters that affect their lives. Unfortunately, in our political situation, this is an exception rather than a norm. In the 1987 Constitution gave us a mandate 39 years ago to prohibit political dynasties. Ngunit ang House Bill 8389 does not prohibit. Hindi ito balance or compromise. Bill, pero institutionalized loophole. Ginawang opisyal lang at tinago sa bato ang mga loophole na ine-enjoy na ng mga political dynasties. We voted no dahil sa bersyong ito. Pwedeng-pwede pa ring mag-dominate ang mga political dynasties sa party list system. Malinaw sa saligang batas na para sa underrepresented at marginalized dapat ito, katulad ng mga magsasaka, mangingisda, kababaihan at mga katutubo na kagaya ko, at iba pang mga sektor. Last time I checked, the Constitution hindi marginalize ang political clans. We voted no dahil sa version na ito. Ang isang political dynasty ay pwedeng-pwede pa ring mag-nationwide tour na parabang girl group. Ibig sabihin, kahit pinagbabawal ang magkapamilya na magsilbi sa isang termino sa Senado, pinapayagan pa rin ng bill na ang pamilya X ay nasa Senado ang mama, district rep si papa, governor ang anak, at city mayor naman si apo. Sayang ang pagkakataon na ipasasana ang panukalang batas na magko-comply sa tunay na demand ng saligang batas. Bumoto kami ng no, ngunit umaasa kami na maiayos pa ito pagdating sa BICAM para matapos na ang paghahari ng mga mega dynasties at korupsyon sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat. Shukran.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from the 1st District of Albay to explain her vote, Representative Shelo Crisel Lagman.
Representative Shelo Crisel Lagman is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am staunchly opposed to traditional political dynasties as they are anti-democratic, non-inclusive or exclusive, disempowering Filipinos who are committed and dedicated to selfless public service but who lack the necessary political machinery and financial resources to get elected to public office. Significantly, studies show that regions controlled by political dynasties are among the poorest in the country. Political dynasties engender and perpetuate poverty and inequality, even as they mock democracy. It is undeniable that political dynasties are entrenched by the vicious cyclical relationship between poverty and political patronage that prevents the development of critical thinking, pivotal to a responsible and judicious choice of public servants. Political dynasties hinder economic development primarily because they monopolize businesses. Nonetheless, it will be useful to make a distinction between typical political dynasties and some political families genuinely committed to social justice, human rights, and human development. I vote no to House Bill 8389 or the proposed Anti-Political Dynasty Act. The measure does not seek to prohibit political dynasties in national and local elective offices. On the contrary, it would institutionalize and legitimize political dynasties and all their condemnable deleterious consequences. House Bill 8389 declares to prohibit A. Spouses or relatives within the second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity simultaneously holding any national elective position. B. Spouses or relatives within the second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity simultaneously holding membership in the House of Representatives within the same legislative district. C. Spouses or relatives within the second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity simultaneously holding any elective office within the same provincial government. And D. Spouses or relatives within the second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity simultaneously holding any elective office within the same city or municipal government. Ang tanong, ano-ano ang hindi ipinagbabawal sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na laban umano sa political dynasties? House Bill 8389 limits prohibition to those within the second civil degree of consanguinity or affinity. Sa ilalim ng House Bill 8389, maaaring maupo sa kahit anong pwesto ng sabay ang mga magpinsan, magtito, magtita at lahat ng lampas sa second degree ang relasyon. Ang ipinagbabawal lang ay ang pag-upo sa pwesto ng sabay ng magkamag-anak at hanggang sa second degree lamang sa pamahalaan ng probinsya, lungsod o munisipyo. Paano ngayon natin masasabing tunay na anti-political dynasty ang House Bill 8389? Let me reiterate, I am unequivocally against political dynasties. I fully support the enactment into law of a bill genuinely prohibiting political dynasties. Lamentably, House Bill 8389 is not this bill. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from Party List ACT Teachers, Representative Antonio L. Tino to explain his vote.
Representative Antonio L. Tino is recognized. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bumoto ako ng no sa House Bill 8389 dahil sa pagiging hungkag at mapanlinlang nito sa tunay na layuning mandato ng konstitusyon upang ipagbawal at buwagin ang mga dinastiyang politikal sa bansa. Nagsisilbi lamang itong palamuti at hindi tunay na tumitibag sa monopolyo sa kapangyarihan ng ilang makapangyarihang pamilya na nag-ahari sa ating lipunan. Mali ang argumento na kailangang timbangin o ibalanse ang karapatan sa pagboto o right to suffrage at yung kaakibat daw na right to be elected laban sa pagbabawal sa mga dinastiya. Walang anumang kontradiksyon sa pagitan ng pagbabawal sa mga dinastiya at sa right to suffrage. Sa katunayan, ganap na consistent ang pagbabawal na ito sa pagtataguyod ng demokratikong proseso. Pinoprotektahan at pinalalawak ng pagbuwag sa mga dinastiya ang karapatan sa pagboto at kaakibat na karapatang tumakbo sa pwesto sa gobyerno ng nakararaming mamamayan na matagal nang ginigipit ng makinarya, yaman at pananakot ng mga may kapangyarihan. May hahalintulad ang usaping ito sa batayang prinsipyo ng tunay na reforma sa lupa. Nililimitahan ng Estado ang karapatan sa pag-aari ng ilan upang maipamahagi ang lupa sa mga magsasaka sa nakararami at matiyak ang katarungang panlipunan. Ganito rin ang lohika sa larangan ng politika. Kailangang limitahan ang karapatan ng ilang pamilyang tradisyonal na politiko na naghahalin-lihinan sa pwesto upang bigyang daan ang tunay na partisipasyon at representasyon mula sa hanay ng ordinaryong mamamayan. Nabigo ang House Bill 8389 na gawin ito dahil sa dami ng mga butas na pabor sa mga dinastiya, gaya ng pagpapahintulot sa kanila na tumakbo at umupo sa ibang distrito, sa party list o antas ng gobyerno. Hindi kailangan ng mamamayan ng ganitong klaseng kompromiso na nagpapanatili lamang sa bulok na sistema ng paghahari ng iilan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, the chair would like to manifest that I was informed by the Secretariat of a correction in the result of the nominal voting on House Bill number 8389 that the body earlier approved. The correct results is as follows. Affirmative is 267 instead of 271. Negative is 20 instead of 16, and abstention remains at 7. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize from the 5th District of Cebu the guest of Deputy Speaker Vincent Franco Duque Frasco, Honorable Mayor Alju Fernando J. Frasco from the Municipality of Liloan, Cebu.
Sa ato ang bisita gikan sa lungsod sa Liloan, ang Mayor Aljo Frasco. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Salamat sa inyong pagduaw. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the guest of FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List Representative, Honorable Brian Co, student interns from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Syra R. Arcabos, Vladimir V. Vicencio Jr., Guainet Indira V. Alamag, Mary Joy F. de los Reyes, and from the Far Eastern University, Phil Marie Kate Rogel, Sidney Noel Villanueva, and Ronald Del Mundo.
To the guests of the Honorable Brian Po, welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third and final reading House Bill number 9305, and for this purpose may we request that the Secretariat be directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter proceed with the roll call for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9305 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9305, an act institutionalizing a national emergency response and resiliency framework and granting emergency powers to the President of the Republic of the Philippines, creating for the purpose the Kalinga program to ensure economic stability, energy security, and continuity of essential services. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9305. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Aco, Pacosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulit Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calexto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Senisa, Chan, Jan, Franz Norbert, Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Copilar, Cojuangco,
Mr.
Aide,
Speaker, this representation votes no and will explain later. Thank you.
Noted. Please proceed.
Copilar, Cojuangco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cojuangco Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes with reservation. I will explain later.
Noted. Please proceed.
De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Elago,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espires, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Gorizeta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Chirisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Moribata, Ismula, EY, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Paul Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Legarda, Legazpi, Levista, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luisro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Maria Flores, Momo Montes, Nava Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Wano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Poe, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdo Sandra Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Sagarbaria, Sacaluran Salceda, Sally Salvacion, Salvador Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rishol, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Angela, Suarez Suntay, Taliado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Nerdots Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Wato, Tariela, Tudoro, Tereng Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali Ungab,
Mr. Speaker, I vote no. Mr. Speaker, I vote no and will explain my vote later.
Okay. Thank you. Noted. Please proceed.
Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatco Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9305. Ang, Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Coke Gilton, Leviste Makasait, Mercado, Revilla Monjolo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 294 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9305 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to recognize Honorable Rene Co from Kabataan Party List to explain her vote.
Representative Co is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang representasyong ito ay bumoboto ng no sa pagpapasa ng House Bill number 9305 o ang Kalinga Bill. Mr. Speaker, how many months has it been? Mga lahati na ang taon, band-aid solution pa rin ang narito. Imbes na agarang tanggalin ang VAT sa mga kritikal na bilihin, imbes na i-regulate ang industriya ng langis sa Pilipinas, ang naipatupad pa lang ay mga short-sighted na mga programa at natatali po ang usapin sa pagbibigay ng mga ayuda sa mga lubhang apektado. Mr. Speaker, the Kalinga program carries the Filipino word for care. And yet, what is Kalinga that is months late when our countrymen have died in line trying to survive a crisis the administration does not want to acknowledge? Mr. Speaker, ang kinatawan ng kabataan ay nananatili sa tindig na aming unang ipinahayag. Hindi papayag ang ating sambayanan sa isang panukala na kulang-kulang at hindi tagos sa sikmura ng bawat mamamayan. We reiterate na kailangan na pong tanggalin ang VAT at excise tax sa mga kritikal na bilihin kasama po dito ang langis. Muli, the representation votes no. We do not want another promise unfulfilled and stomachs left empty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to recognize Honorable Laila M. De Lima from ML Party List.
Representative De
Explain
Lima
her vote.
is recognized.
So
Thank
moved.
you. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I vote yes to House Bill number 9305 or the Kalinga Act, but with reservations that must be articulated for the record. This measure comes before us at a time of extreme economic pressure on our nation's most vulnerable sectors. The confluence of fuel price volatility, energy supply uncertainty, and inflationary pressures has created a crisis that demands immediate governmental response. The crisis is real, the pain is real, and our people are asking, saan ang tulong ng gobyerno? This bill, the Kalinga Act, answers that call. It is in this context one of demonstrable national emergency that the Kalinga Act presents itself as a targeted, time-bound, data-driven national emergency response framework. Now, I will not stand here and claim that this bill is perfect. I have some reservations that must be stated clearly for the record. Section 5 establishes the triggers for the declaration of national emergency. Allow me to point out that in Section 5, subparagraph B, on the fuel price trigger, which provides, quote, 30% increase within 30 days immediately preceding the declaration of state of national emergency, end of quote. But from what baseline price? This bill must have overlooked that regional fuel prices vary across the archipelago. Moreover, emergency powers, while necessary, must be carefully circumscribed. Section 6 grants the President broad powers to realign budgets, reprogram funds, and authorize GOCC price setting. But nowhere does the bill specify a total cap on Kalinga program spending, meaning unlimited ang pwedeng gastahin ng gobyerno para sa Kalinga program. By leaving the total amount undefined, Congress surrenders its fundamental constitutional power of the purse. Congress cannot simply hand the President a blank check, even in the middle of a crisis. But let me be crystal clear that I'm not saying we should reject this bill because of those concerns. People are suffering now, and we need immediate legislation to respond to that suffering with now. Let us give the people an emergency action in an hour that demands it. History will judge us not by the perfection of our legislation,
but by our willingness to act in the moment when action is demanded. That moment is now. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to recognize Honorable Sarah Jane Elago of Gabriela Women's Party List.
Representative Elago is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, ang boto ng Gabriela Women's Party sa House Bill number 9305 ay pagtutol. Hindi sapat ang mga fuel subsidies, fuel vouchers, fuel discount mechanisms, at mga maliliit at mga panandalian na cash assistance na nakapaloob sa Kalinga program para tugunan ang patong-patong na kahirapang nararanasan ng ordinaryong Pilipino, lalo na sa panahon ng krisis. Ang mga ito ay hindi mga tunay na tumutugon sa ugat ng problema sa energy at sa matinding kahirapan sa ating bansa. Nananatili ang control ng malalaking kumpanya sa industriya ng langis na patuloy na nagpapahirap sa mga drivers, mga magsasaka, mangingisda, manggagawa at mga ordinaryong mamamayan. Hindi rin kasama sa panukalang batas na ito ang pagbabawal ng mga demolition sa mga maralitang lungsod, maging ang mga clearing operations sa mga manininda sa panahon ng krisis. Naghihirap na po ang ating mga kababayan, sasabayan pa ng pagkawala ng kanilang mga tahanan at mga kabuhayan. Nakakabahala rin ang pagbibigay ng dagdag na emergency powers sa Pangulo sa ilalim ng Section 6. Binibigyan ng Pangulo ng kapangyarihang mag-realign, mag-reprogram at mag-augment ng pondo ng bayan. Lalo pong nagiging vulnerable sa korupsyon at nailalagay ang kaban ng bayan sa ilalim ng diskresyon ng iisang tao lamang. Hindi rin sapat ang nakasaad sa Section 23 na pansamantalang suspensyon ng VAT at excise tax sa mga produktong petrolyo sa loob lamang ng 60 days. Ang kailangan ng mamamayan ay ang kagyat na pagbabasura sa mga regresibong buwis tulad ng value-added tax at excise tax upang makapagbigay ng tunay at pangmatagalang ginhawa. Hindi sapat ang panandaliang relief habang patuloy na pinahihintulutan ang pagtataas ng presyo ng langis at mga bilihin at singil sa serbisyong panlipunan. Ang tunay na tugon sa krisis ay hindi ang dagdag kapangyarihan para sa Pangulo, kundi ang pagbuwag po ng monopolyo sa langis, pagsasabansa ng industriya ng langis at pagbibigay ng kontrol nito sa ating pamahalaan at ang pagbabasura sa mga regresibong buwis. Ang mamamayang Pilipino ay nangangailangan ng nakabubuhay na sahod, disente at sapat na trabaho, lupa at suporta para sa mga magsasaka at mangingisda, abot kayang batayang serbisyo at mababang presyo ng mga bilihin, pagkain at mga utilities. Dahil sa mga kadahilanang ito, bumuboto ng no ang Gabriela Women's Party sa House Bill number 9305.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to recognize Honorable Antonio L. Tino of ACT Teachers Party List.
Representative
Explain his vote. So moved.
Tino is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, bumoto ang ACT Teachers Party List ng no sa House Bill 9305. Noong pinasa ang emergency powers para isuspend o i-reduce ang excise taxes sa langis, nagtanong ang taong bayan, is this it? Hanggang dito na lang ba ang response ng Administrasyong Marcos sa krisis? Ang problema ay deregulasyon ng industriya ng langis. Ang astang hands-off ng gobyerno sa laya ng oil companies na magtakda ng presyo kung hanggang saan nila gusto at itago ang higante nilang tubo. Kahit pa man sa panahon ng malalim na krisis at matinding kahirapan ng mamamayan. Halos lahat ng resource persons mula sa mga apektadong sektor na tinawag ng Kongreso dito, deregulasyon ang daing. Dekadang profiteering at overpricing. Kahit mismong industry players na tinawag dito, umamin sa mapang-abusong gawi gaya ng replacement cost pricing at mga taktikang gaya ng floating supply na nag-aalaw sa kanila na magdikta ng presyo at pagkakitaan ang shortages sa supply. sa makatuwid. Kahit ilang band-aid pa ang iplasta sa nagngangakak ng sugat, walang maituturing na response, walang relief, walang kalingang maibibigay sa tunay na buhay, lalong-lalo na para sa malawak na mamamayang naghihirap at pinakabulnerable sa hambalos ng krisis. Ang posisyon ng makabayan, i-repeal ang Oil Deregulation Law. Ilatag ang sistemang centralized oil procurement, mas malawak na diskresyon ng gobyerno sa oil price setting at unbundling of prices para marendahan kundi man mapigilan ang mga gahaman sa tubo. Itigil na ang paniningil ng excise taxes at VAT na pinapapasan sa mga consumer, hindi ng mga higanting kumpanya. I-renationalize ang Petron. Ito ang pakete ng mga solusyon na pangmatagalan at tunay na agapay sa mga Pilipino, di lang sa panahon ng emergency, pati na rin sa so-called normal times. Matuto na dapat tayo sa pinasang emergency powers on excise taxes na naglalambitin lang ng mga pangakong makitid short-term at stopgap responses. Mga pangakong napapako lang din naman. Di naman kailan tinanggal ang mga excise taxes sa gasolina at diesel. Pero sa katunayan, ay binubukas pa ang pinto sa mas pinalawig na emergency powers ng Pangulo upang iwasan ang procurement laws at kutkutin ng pambansang budget. Structural ang problema, kaya structural din dapat ang tugon. Kagyat na kailangan ng mamamayan, ng mga manggagawa, consumer, commuter, lahat ng mga sektor na pinakaunang tinatamaan ng pinakamabibigat na epekto, di lang ng krisis, pati na rin ng disenyong deregulasyon ng industriya ng langis. Sa mga dahilang ito, bumoto ako ng no, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9465 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9465 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9465, an act prohibiting the deliberate dissemination of false information that poses verifiable public harm or serious threat to national security, establishing digital platform accountability and transparency mechanisms, and promoting media and digital literacy. Roll call of members in consideration third reading of House Bill number 9465. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagaw, Balindong, Banyas Nagrales, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Paskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Piron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Burut Bagtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Sinisa, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Nacerito, Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Po.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Copilar, Cobanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cobanco Mark, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuba, Tagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain and will explain. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Please proceed.
De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Jokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no and I will explain my vote. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Please proceed.
Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Pentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia So Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Garjola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Shin, Gonzales Roy, Groseta, Gico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Coribata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, O Antonio, O Elisa, O Wilton, Kunghun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Yasin Maria, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara, Dasatin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Rigarda, Ligaspi, Liviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Mapagala Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Magdadatu, Manikis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nasal, Nisay, Nolasco, Ominal Henry, Ominal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Juan Odison, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Remisios Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Vela Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Ayman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Tereng, Teves, Chanco, Cheng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralfendel, Tupas, Tutor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and will explain my vote later. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
T. Umadi, Ungab, Uy Di Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Viloso, Viloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jason Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 9465. Ang Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Po Wilton, Leviste, Makasait, Mercado, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 286 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 7 abstentions. House Bill number 9465 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Rene Co of Kabataan Party List to explain her vote.
Representative Ko is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no on House Bill number 9465 dahil fake news ang anti-fake news bill. Mr. Speaker, sinasabi man ng panukalang ito na babawasan ng pagsasabatas ang fake news sa bansa. Patago naman nitong bitbit ang mas malalang surveillance at censorship sa ating mga social media platforms. It will rob us of yet another civic space where we can share our grievances in the name of safety. Tulad na lamang ng ating karanasan sa SIM registration law na nangako na tatanggalin ang mga scammers, lalo lamang nitong pinalala ang problema habang ginagamit ang impormasyon upang isurveil ang mamamayan. Ordinaryong mga mamamayan na nagiging target ng pagkunwaring paglaban sa fake news ng administrasyong ito. Mas malala pa sa mga nabanggit, maaaring gamitin ang anti-fake news bill bilang strategic lawsuit against public participation o mga batas na ginagamit upang magpatahimik at intimidahin ang mga kritiko. Bagkus, Mr. Speaker, dapat ang bigyang prioridad ng administrasyon at ng gobyerno ang mga makamasa na mga batas tulad ng Human Rights Defenders Protection Act at ang pagsulong na hanggang ito'y maisabatas ang tunay na Freedom of Information Law sa ating bansa. Muli, Mr. Speaker, ang representasyong ito ay bumoboto ng no on House Bill 9465 or the Anti-Fake News Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Laila De Lima of ML Party List to explain her vote.
Honorable De Lima is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I abstained from voting on House Bill 9465, otherwise known as the Digital Media Anti-False Information Act. This abstention reflects a profound conflict. I recognize this legislation addresses a genuine crisis, yet I cannot in good conscience support a bill that poses grave risks to our democracy. I cannot vote no to this bill because disinformation is a real and urgent threat. We have witnessed its destructive power in our own country. False medical advice has endangered lives. Troll farms and bot networks deliberately manipulate public discourse and sow distrust. Coordinated campaigns spread election misinformation, undermine public health efforts, and corrode the common factual ground democracy depends upon. As one of the main victims of fake news and troll farms, I will be the last person to deny the noble intent of this bill. I have experienced firsthand the viciousness of coordinated disinformation campaigns, the relentless cruelty of troll networks, and the damage that false narratives can inflict. I understand why this legislation exists. I understand the urgency. The crisis is undeniable, and the impulse to act to protect our citizens and institutions through law is correct. We cannot ignore the problem or pretend it does not exist. Yet, I cannot vote yes to this bill because I have significant reservations about how it is currently worded. While the intent to protect the public is clear and worthy, history suggests that laws framed in the language of public protection can sometimes, if not carefully applied, extend beyond their intended scope. I am concerned that this bill's definitions could create such risks. Perhaps more dangerous than what this bill explicitly permits is what it prevents. This bill could silence not just disinformation, but also legitimate political opposition, civil society advocacy, and independent journalism. A young activist will no longer post about governance concerns. A farmer will not discuss agricultural problems online. An opposition candidate will hesitate to criticize the government's record. We can write a disinformation law that is both strong and safe, strong in protecting truth, safe in protecting liberty, We can provide safe harbors for free speech and the press in a way that is unambiguous. We can craft legislation that civil society can endorse and that the international community can respect. The Philippines has an opportunity to show the world and to show ourselves that we can fight disinformation without surrendering democracy, that we can protect truth without weaponizing the law. We need not choose between security and freedom. We can have both, but only if we have the patience to craft legislation worthy of our democratic ideals. For this reason, I abstain. The stakes could not be higher. Respectfully. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Sara Elago of Gabriela Party List to explain her vote.
Representative Elago is recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Gabriela Women's Party votes no to House Bill number 9465 or the Digital Media Anti-False Information Act. While this representation has also been a constant target of influencing networked operations based on disinformation and manipulated media, we also recognize that this bill has provisions that we cannot fully accept. Sistematikong problema ang pagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon lalo na sa social media. Dagdag pa rito ang pagdami ng troll accounts na pare-pareho ang laman ng post o pati na rin mga comments. Hindi po tutol ang Gabriela Women's Party sa paglaban kontra sa pagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon. In fact, we recognize the need to address this problem, especially in times when the use of artificial intelligence in disinformation campaigns is now rampant. However, this representation believes that this bill does not address the problem on false information alone. The bill hides under the blanket of protection of national security when in fact it can further repress free speech, especially of those who express dissent and criticisms on the government and its policies. Strong reliance on specific intent to cause verifiable public harm opens the bill to possibility of abuse in its implementation. This can likewise further undermine the independence of civil society organizations and private individuals in fact-checking efforts as well as independent, impartial investigations when necessary. Time and time again, journalists, activists, human rights defenders, workers, and students have been silenced through trump-up criminal charges under the guise of this protection. Ilang taon na po ng buhay ang nawawala sa mga taong kinakasuhan ng mga gawa-gawang kaso o kaya naman ay napapatahimik sa kanilang mga legitimate issues at concerns dahil lang na sila ay matapang na nagsasalita, nagtatanong para maghanap ng katotohanan at lumalaban kontra korupsyon, kontra abuso, kontra sa bulok na sistema. That is why, Mr. Speaker, this representation votes no to House Bill number 9465.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Antonio Tino of ACT Teachers Party List to explain his vote.
Representative Tinio is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, bumoto po tayo ng no sa Digital Anti-False Information Act. Una sa lahat, false information. Sino ang magtatakda kung may false information at hindi natin maikakaila na problema ang fake news, misinformation, disinformation. Pero sa titulo, false information. Sino ngayon ang magtatakda kung ano ang katotohanan? Walang duda, kailangan may magtakda kung ano ang katotohanan, pero hindi maaaring gobyerno ang magtatakda nito. Magiging kontra ito sa pinaka-fundamental na kalayaang mag-isip at magpahayag ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya doon pa lamang po ay may fundamental na problema na ang panukalang batas na ito. Mr. Speaker, hindi po solusyon sa problema ng false information at disinformation ang bibigyan ng bago at makapangyarihang sandata ang Estado gamit ang mga napakaluwag na batayan katulad ng verifiable public harm at serious threat to national security na maaaring gamitin para supilin ang pagpapahayag ng mamamayan, lalo na ang mga kumokontra, ang mga tumututol, ang mga kritiko, ang mga nasa oposisyon. At hindi lang po hypothetical ang ganitong sitwasyon kung hindi realidad. Nakita na natin, halimbawa, kung paanong ang mga aktivista at oposisyon ay tinatarget mismo ng Estado sa pamamagitan ng red tagging, disinformation, upang supilin ang kanilang pananalita at sampahan ng gawa-gawang kaso. Isa pa pong limitasyon ng panukalang batas na ito ay tahimik sa realidad na isa sa mga pinanggagalingan mismo ng false information ay mga ahensya mismo ng gobyerno. Katulad nga ng nabanggit nating red tagging. Kaya Mr. Speaker, problema ang misinformation, false information at disinformation, ngunit ang solusyon dito ay hindi ang pagbigay ng mas malawak na kapangyarihan sa gobyerno na supilin ang karapatang magpahayag ng mamamayan. Kaya bumoto po tayo ng no, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9466 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9466 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9466, an act converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9466. Abalos, Abante, Isidre, Ako, Pacosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong Ang, Angara Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arena, Saragancha, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bag-Aw, Balindong, Badnes Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista John Munich, Bautista Lynn, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bucobo, Bolilia, Bondoc, Briones, Bulit Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagan, Carrie, Castro, Cayton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Osilito, Almario, Chan, Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Coco, Pilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Julianes, Corvera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuba, Dagok, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gamo, Del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macuja, de Maguila, Dimaporo, Imelda, Dimaporo, City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverg, Erisa, Escuderas, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Alex Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gullias Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata Ismula, Iway Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdamay Jose Manuel, Lagdamoyam Nix, Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Ligarda, Ligaspi, Livise, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macabagal Arroyo, Makasayit, Macedo, Madrona, Malapitan, Mga Dadato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan Ordanes, Oreto Orega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan Pancho, Panotes, Pascual Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pumarin Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon Rivera Robles, Rodriguez Elorio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagarbaria, Sacaloran Salceda, Sally Salvacion,
Mr.
Salvador
Speaker.
Salvame.
May I recognize the Honorable Brian Poe.
Honorable Brian Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes, and I reserve my right to explain my vote.
It's noted. Please proceed.
San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Salon Soriano, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez Suntay, Talyado, Tan Amon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Tereng Teves, Tiangco, Tiang Tino, Tolentino Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatco Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 9466. Ang Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Poe Wilton, Leviste Macasait, Mercado, Revilla Ramonjolo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 297 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 9466 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Brian Poe of FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List to explain his vote.
Representative Brian Poe is recognized. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Bilang isa sa mga principal author po ng panukalang ito, buo ang aking pagsuporta at buo ang aking pagboto sa panukalang National Nutrition Program Act. A nutrition budget is a literacy budget. Naniniwala po ako na ang gutom at malnutrisyon ay kabilang sa pinakamalaking hadlang sa pag-unlad ng ating mga kabataan. Kapag ang isang bata ay pumapasok sa paaralan ng gutom, naapektuhan hindi lamang ang kanyang kalusugan, kundi pati ang kanyang kakayahan, matuto at maabot ang kanyang buong potensyal. Sa pamamagitan ng panukalang ito, magiging mas malawak ang National Feeding Program. Mas maraming batang Pilipino ang mabibigyan ng sapat at masustansyang pagkain. Mahalaga rin para sa akin na ang programang ito ay magbibigay ng pagkakataon sa ating mga farmers, fisherfolk at local economy para kumita at maghanap buhay. Sa ganitong paraan, hindi lamang natin pinapalakas ang nutrisyon ng mga bata, kundi sinusuportahan din natin ang kabuhayan ng mga pamilyang Pilipino. Nagpapasalamat ako sa Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Committee on Appropriations at ang buong House of Representatives. Umaasa ako na magiging prioridad din ito ng Senado. Ang masustansyang pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act ay naging legasiya po ni Senator Grace Poe at ng 17th Congress. Sana po ang Universal Feeding Program ang magiging legasya natin sa 20th Congress para wala nang batang magugutom habang nag-aaral sa kanilang paaralan. Maraming salamat po, mga colleagues. Maraming salamat po, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9048. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9048 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9048, an act strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing, amending for the purpose sections 9, 10, and 11 of Republic Act number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9048. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almaro Chino Miguel, Almaro Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Abante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Algarcia, Asisto, Atayde, Umintado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nagdares, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascu, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Glim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Benos Ching, Benos JB Biron, Bacobo, Bolillo Bondok, Riones Bulibigtang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari Castro Caiton, Teresa Sandanya, Sinisa, Chan Jan, Franz Norberto Joselito Armario, Chan Junior, Chua Tay, Chungalaw, Copilar, Kuwangko Jaime Eduardo Mark, Kuwangko Mark, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Agata, Cruz Ricardo, Rosado Cuba, Dago, Ocdalog, Dayang Hirang Dasa de Jesus, de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gamo del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macuho, de Maguila, de Mapora Imelda, de Mapora City Amina, Jokno, Junicio Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Divo Ostino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ilago, Emano, Enverga, Irisa Escudero, Espares, Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Garayos, Garbin, Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Karen Hope, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garjora, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go Gomez, Gonzales Alexandra, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Shin, Gonzales Roy, Griseta, Gigo, Gintu, Julias Gutierrez, Hernandez Charis Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Ribata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdame Jose Manuel, Lagdame Monique, Yasin Maria, Lagman, Lagong Daphne, Lagong Sani, Lara Lasatin, Desma Legacion, Ligarda, Ligaspi, Luis Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis Rol Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasayat, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Magdudato, Maniquis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Mila Flores, Momo Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nicen, Velasco, Uminal Henry, Uminal, Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Uano, Dison, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primis Nagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Raito, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ede Marie, Romualdo Romero Roca Sagar, Maria Sacaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salvacion, Salvador, Salve Mesa, Fernando, Santos Maria Alan, Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Simpson Richel, Simpson Ronald, Simpson Mian, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Francine Bella Vanessa, Sonsin Micaela, Angela Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Ayman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Michael, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Simir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Wato, Tariela, Chador, Teren, Tevez, Chango, Cheng, Tino, Valentino, Tuwan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Hendel, Tubas, Tutor, Tito, Umali, Ungab, Uy Di Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Villa, Villafeto Miguel Luis, Villafeto Miguel, Vincenzo, Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap Jan Gisner, Yap Koy Inares, Yu Jason Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Euro, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zarumon Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration, third reading of House Bill number 9048. Ang Bautista Claude, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Co Wilton, Luis de Makasayat Mercado, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 292 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9048 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9358, and for this purpose may I request the Secretary General to be directed to thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9358 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9358, an act strengthening the Department of Education, amending for the Purpose Republic Act number 9155, otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9358. Abalos, Abante, Isidre, Aqua Pacosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino, Miguel, Almario Dedes, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kino Magsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayan, Bagao, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Bangcoro, Barbers, Baron de Bascug, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfreda, Benitez Xavier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulutpigtang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste Sandanya Seniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert, Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua Chua Tai Chungalaw Coco, Pilar Cuanco, Jaime Eduardo Mark, Cuanco Mark, Coliantes Corbera Cruz, Agatha Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado Cua de Gook, Dalog de Hirang Daza de Jesus, de Lima de Venecia Defensor, de Gama del Mar de los Santos, de Mapua de Maguila, de Mapora Imelda, de Mapora City, Amina Diokno, Junicio, Domingo de Mogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Lago Emano Enverga, Elisa Escudero, Espares Espina, Estrella Fer, Antonio Fer, Jeffrey Flores, Fortes Frasco, Fresna de Fentebella, Galang, Galeos Corbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angelo, Guardiola Garin, Gachalian Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Guriceta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charis, Ann, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Remil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko Labad Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Logon, Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Legarde, Legazpi, Livisa, Lebaran, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Makasayat, Masada, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangoda, Dato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omenal Henry, Omenal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Pananigan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato Po, Primisha Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencha, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon Cholo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Jeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Secretaria, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alana Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tering, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas Authority, Umali, Ungab, Uy, De Carlo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnell, Yatko Inares, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill number 9358, Ang, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo Cowilton, Leviste, Makasayat Mercado, Revilla Ramon Jolo Ridon, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 297 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9358 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9377. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9377 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9377, an act strengthening civic education by integrating the study of the Constitution into the curriculum of basic education and institutionalizing the observance of Constitution Day in schools. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill number 9377. Abalos, Abante, Isidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Almario, Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kino, Magsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asito, Atay de Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños, Nograles, Bangcoro, Barba, Barbers, Baron, de Biscug, Bautista, Claudia, Bautista, Johan Monich, Bautista, Lim, Beltran, Benitez, Alfredo, Benitez, Javier, Miguel, Bernas, Ching, Bernas, JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulot, Bigtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sandanya, Siniza, Chanjan, Franz, Norbert, Joselito, Almario, Chan, Junar, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Co, Popular, Juanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Juanco, Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua de Gook, Dalog de Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gama del Mar de los Santos, Simukua, de Magkila, de Mapor, Imelda, de Mapor City, Amina, Diokna, Janicio, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte, Harold, James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Elisa, Escudero, Espadas, Espina, Estrella, Fair, Antonio, Fair, Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galang, Caleos, Garbin, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Karen Hope, Garcia, Maria Angela, Gordiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza, Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Troy, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Bulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Co, Antonio, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Co, Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Yazmin, Maria, Lagman, Lagon, Daphne, Lagon, Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Ledesma, Legasyon, Legarda, Legaspi, Levisa, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luis Ron, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Makasayat, Masada, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudato, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padieros, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primisya, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Elohio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yadamari, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos, Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson, Rochelle, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mian, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Mike, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chaitan, Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tiang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, Tupas, T. Umali, Ungab, Uy, De Carlo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Chisnell, Yatco, Inaris, Yu, Jazel, Victoria, Yu, Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel, Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill number 9377, Ang, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Lim, De Los Santos, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Paul Wilton, Levisa, Makasayat Mercado, Revilla, Moncholo, Ridon, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Stephen James.
With 297 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 9377 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to immediately transmit to the Senate all the bills that we have just approved on third reading.
There is a motion to transmit The House bills approved on third reading today to the Senate. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 7613 as contained in the committee report number 103, submitted by the Committee on Revision of Laws. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 7613.
House Bill 7613, an act declaring the fourth Thursday of November of every year as National Thanksgiving Day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee of Revision of Laws, Representative Chino Almario, be recognized to begin the sponsorship measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Representative Almario is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker, maayong gabi kanatong tanan. It is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor House Bill number 7613 under Committee Report number 103, or an act declaring the fourth Thursday of November of every year as National Thanksgiving Day. This seeks to designate a special day as our nation's Thanksgiving to acknowledge the collective blessings of our country and our countrymen. This is not just another holiday on the calendar, but this also calls for a collective reflection and expression of the nation's progress and well-being, regardless of the religion or whatever it may be. It is a call on all Filipinos to shift our focus, even just for a moment, from what is going wrong to what is going right. Despite the negativities that surround us, especially now, we must choose to count our blessings, such as our resiliency in every challenge and our enduring spirit of bayanihan. To my dear colleagues, gratitude does not mean ignoring our problems. It means acknowledging the strength we have to solve them. Let us Filipinos give a dedicated time to gather, heal, and rejoice. Let us be thankful on this Thanksgiving Day and allow this gratitude to fuel our journey moving forward. I am imploring my colleagues to support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, maayong gabi kanatong tanan. Daghang salamat.
Daghang salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 7613.
There is a motion to approve House Bill 7613 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 7613 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9584 as contained in Committee Report number 417, submitted by the Committee of Cooperatives Development. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9584.
House Bill number 9584, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperatives Development, the Honorable Philemon Espares, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The sponsor, Representative Espares, is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, magandang gabi sa ating lahat. I rise today to sponsor the Committee Report number 417 on the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines. The current Cooperative Code was enacted in 1990, duly amended in 2008. 18 years have passed since then. It is therefore time to update the law so it can better respond to the realities and needs of the cooperative sector today. At present, cooperatives serve 13.6 million Filipinos and generate more than 335,000 co-op employees. But most of our cooperatives remain small in asset size. Out of 21,188 cooperatives nationwide, 13,526 are micro-cooperatives, while 4,034 are small cooperatives. Together, they make up around 80% of all cooperatives in the country. This shows that great potential of the cooperative sector to grow, strengthens its asset base, and better serve its members and communities. This is precisely, Mr. Speaker, we need to have a stronger and more responsive cooperative code. This measure was approved during the 19th Congress and it was transmitted to the Senate. And it was also identified as a LEDAC priority. In the second State of the Nation address of our President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. himself, appealed to Congress to support, saying, upang mas mapabilis at mas mapadali ang pagbuo ng kooperatiba, kakailanganin natin ang suporta ng Kongreso na maamindahan ang Cooperative Code. On the ground, cooperatives are not just institution. Para sa marami nating kababayan, sila ang kasangga ng magsasaka, mangingisda, transport worker, cooperative vendor, mga guro, empleyado, at maliliit na mga negosyante. Dahil sa kooperatiba, may nahihiraman, may napupuntahan, at may katuwang na puhunan at kabuhayan. Kaya dapat tingnan ang kooperatiba bilang simpleng benepisaryo lamang ng tulong, kundi cooperatives are partners in development. The bill also strengthens the role of federations by recognizing them not merely as coordinating bodies, but as support institutions that can help primary cooperatives become stronger, more compliant, and more sustainable. Under the proposed measure, federations are empowered to assist cooperative in regulatory compliance, audit-related matters, technical support, training, research, advocacy, inspection-related concerns, and dispute settlement processes. The bill also allows foreign cooperatives to invest and partner with local federation, effectively removing the sector from the foreign investment negatively. Also, the bill strengthens agricultural cooperative by allowing them to supply at least 50% of the agricultural commodities needed by government institutions, including LGUs in areas where they operate. Kung may agricultural cooperative sa lugar, kaya nilang mag-supply, dapat mabigyan sila ng patas na pagkakataon sa procurement ng gobyerno. Mr. Speaker, government support for cooperative sector should not be viewed merely as an expense. It is a constitutional mandate and a strategic investment. Article 12, Section 15 of the Constitution recognizes cooperatives as instruments for social justice and economic development. This measure gives life to that constitutional vision by strengthening cooperatives to become vehicles for financial inclusion, community empowerment, broader ownership, and shared economic progress. Sa pamamagitan ng revised Cooperative Code, mas palalakasin pa natin ang kooperatiba upang hindi sila maiwan sa pagbabago ng panahon. Kapag tinulungan natin ang kooperatiba, tinutulungan din natin ang kabuhayan ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. That is the spirit of cooperativism. Sama-samang pagkilos para sa sama-samang pag-angat. I respectfully urge the support of this House for the immediate passage of this Committee Report number 417 on the House Bill 9584 on the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang kooperatiba.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any
Sorry.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion. There being no committee amendments, I move to close to proceed with individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Sergio Lagoa for his individual amendments.
Representative Dagook is recognized for his individual amendments. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Would the distinguished sponsor accept or consider only a single amendment?
We will come with that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, there is a provision that with regards to the registration of electric cooperative to the Cooperative Development Authority, we just wanted that the registration with electric cooperatives to the CDA will not affect the supervision of the National Electrification Administration to these issues so that we can ensure the continuous and smooth operation to ensure that the rural electrification program of the government will not be hampered. So with that, distinguished sponsor, this representation would like to propose that on page 78, on the subject of electric cooperatives under Article 22, Section 184, line 36, I would propose the insertion of the phrase subject to the provisions of Section 32 of PD 269 as amended by Republic Act 10531, such that the new section would read as follows. Section 184, effects of registration with the authority. Electric cooperatives that are duly registered with the authority and issued a certificate of registration shall be covered by the provisions of this act, as well as future roles and issuances of the authority, provided that the technical operation of such electric cooperatives shall be under the supervisory power of the National Electrification Administration, subject to the provisions of Section 32 of PD 269 as amended by Republic Act 10531.
Mr. Speaker, I accept such proposal.
Thank you. What does the Majority Leader say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you too.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 9584.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 9584 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9584 is hereby approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under Special Committee on Creative Industries, I move to consider House Resolution number 872 under Committee Report 339, House Resolution number 891 under Committee Report 345, House Resolution number 588 under Committee Report 346, House Resolution number 951 under Committee Report 347, House Resolution number 553 under Committee Report 421, and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the resolutions.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills number 872, 891, 588, 951, 553.
House Resolution 872, a resolution congratulating and commending Chef Miguel Miggy Cabel Moreno for earning 2 Michelin Guide 2026 Bib Gourmand distinctions for Palm Grill and Cabel. House Resolution 891, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino-American cinematographer Autumn Durald Arcapao for making history as the first woman to win the Academy Award for Best Cinematography at the 98th Academy Awards. House Resolution 588, a resolution congratulating and commending Al Jeffrey Gonzalez of Batad, Iloilo for being a two-time Carlos Palancang Memorial Awards for Literature awardee. House Resolution 951, a resolution commending and congratulating Sofia La Forteza, a Filipino performer and leader of the global girl group Cat's Eye, for her historic performance at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival 2026 and for exemplifying Filipino excellence in the global music industry. House Resolution 553, resolution congratulating and commending Quezon City and Dumaguete City for their inclusion in the UNESCO Creative Cities Network in the fields of film and literature, respectively, and recognizing their significant contribution to the promotion of Philippine creativity, culture, and sustainable urban development.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of all the aforementioned House resolutions.
There is a motion to adopt the aforementioned House resolutions. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned House resolutions are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under Committee on Youth and Sports Development, I move to consider House Resolution number 1060 under Committee Report 355 and House Resolution 1061 under Committee Report 356 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the resolutions.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Resolutions number 1060 and number 1061.
House Resolution 1060, resolution congratulating and commending Filipino athletes Sergeant Sonny M. Wagdos and Art Joy Taragosa from the province of Agusan del Sur for breaking the Philippine National Marathon records in the men's and women's categories in the 2026 Tokyo Marathon, held in Tokyo, Japan on March 1, 2026. House Resolution 1061, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine swimming team for winning gold medals in the 6th Asian Open Schools Invitational Aquatics Championship, held in Bangkok, Thailand from January 29 to February 1, 2026.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of all the aforementioned House resolutions.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. There is a motion to adopt the aforementioned House resolutions. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned House resolutions are hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under Committee on Senior Citizens, I move to consider House Resolution number 340 under Committee Report 436 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title House Resolution number 340.
House Resolution 340, a resolution expressing full support for an international human rights treaty for older people, as initiated by the UN Human Rights Council upon earlier recommendations by the Open-Ended Working Group on Aging.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the said House resolution.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 340. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 340 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
To suspend.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution 1031 to the Committees on Energy and Legislative Franchises. House Resolution 1037 to the Committee on Government, Enterprises and Privatization. House Resolution 1041 to the Committee on Energy. House Resolution 1044 to the Committee in Basic Education and Culture. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection by the motion of the Majority Leader? There being none, motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move to refer the following speeches delivered on May 25, 26 to the appropriate committees. The speech of Representative De Lima, Committee on Agrarian Reform. The speech of Representative Tino to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture. The speech of Representative Bagao, Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources. The speech of Representative Benitez J., Committee on Justice. The speech of Representative Lopez, Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities. The speech of Representative San Fernando, Committee on Labor and Employment. The speech of Representative Ilago, Committee on Health. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection by the motion of the Majority Leader? Chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 8550 and House Resolution number 57 from the Committee on Information and Communication Technology to the Committee on Welfare of Children, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include additional co-authors to the House Bill numbers 375, 9461, 9462, 9465, 9466, 9532, 9584, 9597, 9598, 9599, 9605, and House Resolution numbers 553, 588, 872, 891, 1060, and 1061 as contained in the to be submitted by the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to authorize all committees to conduct meetings and public hearings if deemed necessary during the sine die adjournment of the House. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection from the body? Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect for the Committee on Accounts as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi, and as member, Representative John Tracy Cagas. For the Committee on Energy as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi. For the Committee on Labor and Employment as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi. For the Committee on National Defense and Security as vice chairperson, Representative Caroline Tanchay. And as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi. For the Committee on Science and Technology as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi. Committee on Tourism as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi. And for the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea as member, Representative Carl Fernandez Legaspi.
Is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? The Chair hears none. The motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 38, dated June 1, 2026, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and Journal Number 38, dated June 1, 2026, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue, Majority Leader, the Chair would like to manifest that I was informed by the Secretariat of a correction in the result of the nominal voting on Committee Report number 298 that the body adopted yesterday. The correct result is as follows. Affirmative is 266 instead of 265. Negative remains at 14, and abstentions remain at 8. In view thereof, let the records reflect the said result. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to their appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Resolutions. House Resolution 1092. Resolution declaring the journal of the session dated June 2 to 3, 2026 as having been read and approved by Representatives Marcos and Libanon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1093. Resolution commending the Honorable Faustino Boji G.D. III, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his stable, collaborative, and purposeful stewardship of the House of Representatives during the first regular session of the 20th Congress, by Representatives Marcos and Libanon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Concurrent Resolution 14. Concurrent Resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 3, 2026, by Representatives Marcos and Libanon.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for 3
Session
minutes.
suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the proclamation issued by the Commission on Elections declaring one Tahanan party list as winner under the party list system in the national and local elections of May 12, 2025, and to entitle its nominee, Elmer V. Catulpos, to sit as its representative in the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the aforementioned proclamation, I move to allow Elmer V. Catulpos, representative of one Tahanan party list, to take oath in open session.
Is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to call the representative of one Tahanan party list to take oath of office before this body. May I request all the members of the House of Representatives and all our guests in the galleries to please rise to witness the oath taking of our new member. May we invite Speaker Faustino Boji D. III to the rostrum to administer the oath of office to Representative Elmer Catulpos.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I, Elmer V. Catulpos,
Of
of One Tahanan Party List,
having been elected as representative,
having been elected as representative
please state your party list.
of One Tahanan Party List,
Hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
the duties of my present position
the duties of my present position
and all of others
and of all others
I may hereafter hold
I may hereafter hold
under the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the Philippines,
of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
that I will obey the laws,
and that I will obey the laws,
legal orders,
and
decrees promulgated
promulgated
by the duly constituted authorities
by the duly constituted authorities
of the Republic of the Philippines.
of the Republic of the Philippines,
That I impose this obligation
and that I impose this obligation
upon myself voluntarily, without mental reservation
or
purpose of evasion.
purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Concurrent Resolution number 14, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and the text of the concurrent resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 14 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 14. Concurrent Resolution providing for the adjournment sine die of the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 3, 2026. Resolved by the House of Representatives of the Philippines, the Senate concurring that the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives be, as they hereby are, authorized to declare the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines adjourned sine die, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, Wednesday, June 3, 2026.
Resolved further that the committee composed of all deputy speakers of the House of Representatives be appointed to join a committee of the Senate to inform His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., President of the Republic of the Philippines, that the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines is about to close and that the two houses are ready to adjourn unless the President has some message or communication to transmit to them. Adopted, signed, Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, Marcelino C. Libanon.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 14.
There's a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution number 14. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Concurrent Resolution number 14 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution number 14, which likewise authorizes the appointment of a joint committee to both houses to inform the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the first regular session of the 20th Congress, I move to elect all the deputy speakers of the House to the said joint committee.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. All the deputy speakers of the House are elected to the committee to notify the President of the Philippines of the adjournment of the first regular session of the 20th Congress. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution numbers 1092, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of the said resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Resolution number 1092 is now in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title and text of the resolution. Majority Leader.
House Resolution number 1092, resolution declaring the journal of the session dated June 2 to 3, 2026 as having been read and approved. Resolved by the House of Representatives that the Speaker be authorized to review and approve the journal of the session dated June 2 to 3, 2026, and that the approval of the Speaker of such journal be valid and effective for all purposes as if it was approved directly by the House of Representatives. Adopted, signed, Ferdinand Alexander A. Marcos, Marcelino C. Libanon.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1092.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1092. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1092 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session to enable the Secretariat to transmit the messages to the Senate on the resolutions we have adopted.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of our colleagues, we have received word of the adoption in the Senate of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 10, entitled Concurrent Resolution Providing for the Adjournment sine die of the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines, not later than 12 o'clock midnight today, June 3rd, 2026, authored by Senate Majority Leader Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, before they adjourned sine die today.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier we have adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 14, providing for the adjournment of the first regular session of the 20th Congress, as well as the creation of a joint notification committee. In order to give the members of the joint committee time to perform their assigned task, and until the House counterpart is ready to report back their accomplishment to this House, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is suspended. Session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have received a report from the Joint Committee that the President has been informed that the first regular session of the 20th Congress will adjourn tonight.
The remarks of the Majority Leader are duly noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House will now consider a resolution concerning the Honorable Speaker of the House. I now ask that pursuant to parliamentary tradition, the Minority Leader be requested to proceed to the rostrum and preside over the session.
The Minority Leader, Marcelino C. Libanan, is requested to proceed to the rostrum to preside over the session. Session is suspended.
Bagay.
Okay na?
Session is resumed. The Majority Leader is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 1093 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of the House Resolution number 1093 is in order. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution number 1093. Resolution commending the Honorable Faustino Boji G.D. III, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his stable, collaborative, and purposeful stewardship of the House of Representatives during the first regular session of the 20th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1093.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1093. All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1093 is hereby adopted. The presiding officer would like to address the body. Senior Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speakers, Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. There is a story often told about a fisherman who spent his entire life at sea. One day, a young man asked him, "What was the greatest lesson the ocean ever taught you?" The old fisherman replied, "That calm waters teach you comfort, but storms teach you strength." As we conclude this first regular session of the 20th Congress, I find wisdom in that simple lesson. For this has been no ordinary session. From its very beginning, this House found itself navigating rough seas. Allegations of massive corruption involving flood control projects cast a shadow over public discourse. Leadership transitions tested the stability of this institution. Beyond our shores, conflict in the Middle East sent shockwaves across the global economy and drove fuel prices upward, affecting every Filipino household. And perhaps most consequentially, this House was called upon to exercise one of its most solemn constitutional powers through the impeachment proceedings involving the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. The easy path would have been to retreat from controversy. The easy path would have been to avoid difficulty and difficult decisions or to remain silent. But public service was never meant to be easy. Sa panahon, ang pinakamadaling gawin ay manahimik, pinili ng kapulungan na gampanan ang tungkuling ito. Sa panahon ng pinakamadaling gawin ay umiwas, pinili nating humarap. At sa panahong ang pinakamadaling gawin ay magpalusot, pinili natin manindigan. That more than anything else defines this Congress. At the outset, allow me first to recognize the members of the minority bloc. We are few in number, but throughout this session, we proved that effective leadership is not measured by the size of one's ranks. We fulfilled our roles as fiscalizers. We asked difficult questions. We demanded accountability where accountability was necessary. We examined legislation with diligence and independence. Yet, we also understood that democracy works best when principled opposition is matched with responsible cooperation. Sa pagkakataong ito, nais ko rin pong bigyang pagkilala si Representative J.C. Abalos ng 4-Piece Party List. Chairperson ng Committee on Ethics and Privileges na kasapi ng Minority Bloc. Hindi po madaling tungkulin ang magsiyasat sa mga alegasyon laban sa kapwa mambabatas. Ngunit sa kabila ng pagiging sensitibo ng mga usaping ito, hindi nag-atubili ang committee na gampanan ang kanilang mandato. Sa kanyang pangungumuno, ipinakita ng Committee on Ethics and Privileges na ang pananagutan ay nagsisimula sa ating sariling hanay. Kung hinihingi po natin ng accountability mula sa iba, dapat handa rin po tayong pairalin ito sa ating sarili. Maraming salamat, Chairman Abalos, sa mga kasapi ng committee sa inyong katapangan, pagiging patas, at katapatan sa tungkulin. Ang minority bloc po ay hindi naging hadlang sa pag-unlad. Hindi po kami naging oposisyon para lamang sumalungat. Ang aming pong layunin ay tiyakin bawat batas ay mas magiging makatarungan, mas magiging epektibo, at mas magiging kapaki-pakinabang sa taong bayan. The minority did not merely criticize. We contributed. We worked constructively with our colleagues in crafting legislation, particularly the national budget, because we understood that the Filipino people deserve solutions, not endless political conflict. Maaring kakaunti po kami sa bilang, ngunit hindi po kailanman naging sukatan ng katotohanan ang dami. Ang mahalaga po ay may mga tinig na nagtatanong, may mga matang nagbabantay, at may mga pusong handang magsabi ng tama kahit hindi ito popular. To every member of the minority bloc, I offer my sincere gratitude and respect. Nais ko din pong pasalamatan ang ating majority leader, Representative Ferdinand Alexander Sandro Marcos III, na mahusay na gumabay sa daloy ng ating mga deliberasyon. The work of a majority leader often goes unnoticed by the public, but every member of this House understands the immense responsibility that accompanies the position. With intelligence, patience, and political maturity beyond his years, he skillfully shepherded numerous measures through the legislative process and ensured that the work of this chamber moved steadily forward. Time and again, he demonstrated that leadership is not merely about counting votes, but about earning trust. For your dedication and commitment to this institution, we thank you, Majority Leader. I also thank our senior deputy speakers, senior deputy speaker, deputy speakers, and the members of the majority bloc. Though we did not always agree on some issues, we share the common duty to uphold the integrity of this House and faithfully serve the Filipino people. To Speaker Faustino Bujidi III, I offer my deepest appreciation. History often renders its judgment on leaders not in times of stability, but in moments of uncertainty. A few periods in recent memory have tested the Philippine legislature and profoundly as the times through which have passed. And this session provided no shortage of uncertainty, perhaps more than any other in recent times. Yet amid the turbulence, you remained focused on the work that truly matters, the work of serving the Filipino people. Sa gitna ng mga hamon, kontrobersya, at pagbabago ng panahon, hindi po ninyo hinayaang mawala sa landas ang kapulungan ito. Habang ang iba ay nakatingin sa politika, kayo po ay nakatuon sa paglilingkod. Habang ang iba ay nakatingin sa kaguluhan, kayo po ay nakatingin sa solusyon. Habang ang iba po ay nakatingin sa unos, kayo po ay nanatiling nakatuon sa layuning dapat maabot ng mga serbisyong dapat maihatid sa sambayanan. For your steady hand, your tireless work ethic, and your commitment to preserving the integrity of this House, we thank you, Speaker Bujidi. Ngunit hindi po lamang mga mambabatas ang dahilan kung bakit naging matagumpay ang sesyong ito. Sa likod ng bawat panukalang batas, bawat komite committee hearing, bawat sesyon ng bawat butuhan ay naroon ang mga kawani ng kapulungan. Sa ating pong secretariat, legislative staff, technical personnel, security personnel, at lahat po ng lingkod bayan na bihirang mabanggit, ngunit mahalaga sa bawat tagumpay ng institusyong ito. Sa kanila po, ang taus-puso nating pasasalamat. Ang kasaysayan ay maaaring maalala ang mga talumpati ng mga halal na opisyal. Ngunit ang araw-araw na gawain ng demokrasya ay nakasalalay sa sipag at dedikasyon ng mga taong hindi nakikita sa kamera. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Despite the challenges that confronted us, this House, under the leadership of Speaker Bujudi, can proudly point to the meaningful accomplishments. Foremost among these are the enactment of Republic Act 12314, the General Appropriations Act of 2026, through which we funded the programs and services that millions of Filipinos depend upon every day. We likewise enacted Republic Act 12315, extending the life of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM-2, recognizing that meaningful education reform requires sustained commitment and evidence-based policy making. We approved Republic Act 12316, providing a mechanism for the automatic suspension or reduction of excise taxes on petroleum products during extraordinary increases in world oil prices, helping shield Filipino families from the effects of global shocks. And through Republic Act 12317, we strengthened the Bangsamoro transition process, reinforcing our commitment to peace, stability, and inclusive governance in Mindanao. These measures not always generate headlines, but they will leave a lasting impact in the lives of our people. At habang ipinagmamalaki po natin ang mga batas na ating naipasa, inikilala rin po natin na marami pang mahalagang reformang naghihintay sa ating pagkilos. Kabilang po dito ang mga panukalang magpapalakas sa transparency at accountability sa pamahalaan, magpapahusay sa sistema ng procurement, magpapalawak ng serbisyong pangkalusugan para sa ating nakatatanda, magbibigay ng higit na proteksyon sa ating mga barangay health workers at iba pang hakbang na naglalayong pataasin ang kalidad ng pamamahala. Ang mga panukala pong ito ay nagpapaalala sa atin ng paggawa ng batas ay hindi natatapos sa isang sesyon po lamang. Ang pagbuo po ng isang mas makatarungan, mas mahusay, at mas matatag na republika ay isang gawaing nagpapatuloy sa bawat kongreso at sa bawat henerasyon ng mga lingkod bayan. The work of nation building, after all, is never finished. If there was one issue that tested this institution more than any other, it was the impeachment proceedings involving the Vice President. Reasonable minds may differ on the merits of impeachment. That is the essence of democracy. But one fact remains beyond dispute. This House did not shirk from its constitutional duty. Hindi po natin hinanap ang tungkulin ito. Hindi po natin pinili ang pagkakataong ito. Ngunit nang tawagin po tayo ng saligang batas, tumugon po tayo. We acted because the Constitution required it. We acted because our oath demanded it. My dear colleagues, adversity has a way of revealing character. For individuals, it reveals values. For institutions, it reveals strength. This House was tested repeatedly throughout this first regular session. Yet, despite every challenge, every controversy, every disagreement, and every political storm, this institution continued to function. Laws were passed, debates were held, oversight was exercised, and public service continued. Ang tunay na sukatan ng isang institusyon ay hindi kung paano ito kumikilos sa panahon ng katahimikan. Ang tunay na sukatan ay kung paano ito tumatayo sa gitna ng unos. Sa ating pagbabalik sa ating mga distrito at mga sektor na ating pinaglilingkuran, dalhin natin hindi lamang ang ating mga tagumpay, kundi ang mga pangakong hindi pa lubusang natutupad sa mga gawaing naghihintay pa ng ating pagkilos. Sapagkat ang tunay na sukatan ng ating paglilingkod ay hindi po ang dami ng batas nating naipasa, kundi ang dami ng buhay nating napabuti. Let us always remember whom we serve. The ordinary Filipino who expects no miracle from this government. Only honesty, competence, and compassion. They are the reason we are here. They are the reason this institution exists. They are the reason our work must continue. At ngayon, nagtatapos ang ating unang regular na sesyon ng ika-20 Kongreso. Masasabi po natin na hindi naging madali ang paglalakbay. Ngunit sa bawat pagsubok, pinili po nating maglingkod. Sa bawat hamon, pinili po nating magpatuloy. At sa bawat pagkakataon, pinili po natin unahin ang sambayanang Pilipino. Sapagkat sa huli, hindi po tayo husgahan sa dami ng talumpati o sa init ng ating mga debate. Husgahan po tayo kung gaano natin napabuti ang buhay ng mga kababayan. At yan po ang gawain dapat nating pagpatuloy. Mahalaga pong tandaan, ang institusyon ay umiiral lamang dahil sa tiwalang ipinagkaloob ng sambayanan. Sa kabila po ng mga hamon at kontrobersya ang ating hinarap, dumubli ang trust rating ng Kamara. Mula 31% sa Pulse Asia Survey noong December 2025, ngayon po 62% sa survey ng RP Mission Development Foundation Incorporated noong Mayo 2026. Ito po ay hindi lamang pagkilala sa ating ginagawa trabaho dito, kundi paalala na ang tiwala ng taong bayan ay tunay na pinagmumulan ng ating mandato at lakas bilang institusyon. May 2 pang taon na natitira sa kasalukuyang Kongreso. Naway lalo pa po nating pagbutihin ang ating paglilingkod upang mapanatili at higit pang magpalakas ang tiwalang pinagkakaloob sa atin ng sambayanang Pilipino. And if there is one lesson this session leaves us, it is this. Ang matatag na institusyon ay hindi po yung hindi nasusubok. Ang matatag na institusyon ay yung hindi po sumusuko kapag sinusubok. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang kapulungan ng mga kinatawan. Mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas. At higit sa lahat, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Maraming salamat. The chair requests all deputy speakers to escort Speaker Bujudi to the session hall to address the body. Session is suspended.
Session is resumed. The chair now address the body. Sa ating mga kapwa lingkod bayan, sa kapulungan ng mga kinatawan, sa ating mga committee chairpersons at miyembro ng iba't ibang mga committee, sa ating mga kawani at opisyal ng House of Representatives, at higit sa lahat, sa sambayanang Pilipino ng ating pinaglilingkuran, isang magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. As we formally close the first regular session of the 20th Congress, we do so with gratitude, humility, and renewed determination. Hinaharap ng ating bansa ang samot-saring hamon, ang krisis sa Middle East, mataas na presyo sa mga bilihin, usapin sa enerhiya, mga trabaho, edukasyon, kalusugan, at maging ang patuloy na hamon ng pagpapanumbalik ng tiwala ng ating institusyon. Ngunit, sa gitna ng lahat ng ito, nanatiling klaro ang direksyon ng kapulungan ng kinatawan. Mula sa unang araw ng sesyon, isa ang ating naging direksyon. Unahin ang interes ng sambayanang Pilipino. Pinili nating magtrabaho, magkaisa, at sama-sama nating isinulong ang kapakanan ng sambayanang Pilipino, ang pangunahing layunin ng kapulungang ito. Ang mga sumusunod na numero ay sumasalamin sa ating matibay na direksyon. Mahigit 160 na panukalang batas na ang naipasa na ng Kamara at naipadala na sa Senado. Kalahati o 26 sa 52 LEDAC priority measures ang naaprobahan na on third reading. Marami pa pong mahalagang panukala ang nakapila na para sa final approval at bicameral deliberations. Kabilang dito, ang mga mahalagang panukalang matagal nang hinihintay ng taong bayan. Ang National Land Use Act na magsisilbing blueprint para sa balanseng pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Ang Digital Payments Act para sa mas mabilis at mas transparent na serbisyo ng ating pamahalaan, ang Department of Water Resource Bill, ang pagpapalakas ng 4Ps at mga reforma sa energy sector at education system. Kasama rin dito ang Kalinga Act, Right to Information Act, Anti-Political Dynasty Act, Anti-Fake News and Disinformation Act, at mga panukalang naglalayong protektahan ang ating mga kabataan laban sa online abuse and exploitation. Patuloy din nating tinutugunan ang mahalagang usapin kaugnay ng universal healthcare, cybersecurity, anti-corruption measures, rice tariffication reforms, at party list reforms. Sa likod ng bawat panukalang batas na naipasa ng Kamara, ay maraming Pilipinong umaasang gagaan ang kanilang buhay. Sa hanay ng mga manggagawa na bumubuhay sa kanilang mga pamilya, ang ating mga masisipag na magsasaka at mangingisda, ang mga walang kapagurang mga guro, mga negosyanteng binubuhay ang ating ekonomiya, mga kabataan na nagbibigay sa atin ng sigla, at ang mga minamahal nating senior citizens na hinahangad na mas maayos na kinabukasan. Because of the measures we have advanced, government services can become faster and more transparent. Long-delayed political reforms will finally move forward. The internet will be safer for our countrymen, especially our children. Our institutions will become more responsive to the needs of our people. Quality, accessible education will become a reality for our youth, and positive strides will be made toward building an economy that is not only dynamic and future-ready, but one that genuinely improves the lives of ordinary Filipinos. Ginagampanan din natin ang kapulungan, ang mga tungkuling ipinag-uutos ng saligang batas, kabila ang masusing pagtalakay at pagdesisyon sa impeachment complaint na inaharap sa Kamara alinsunod sa constitutional duty at sa proseso ng batas. Kasabay nito, nilatag din natin ang pundasyon para sa pagmatagalang reforma ng edukasyon sa pamamagitan ng EDCOM 2 sa tulong ng mas malalim na pag-aaral at mga rekomendasyon na kabatay sa mga datos, mas malinaw na ngayon ang landas ng reformang pang-edukasyon na kailangan upang maihanda ang susunod na henerasyon ng kabataang Pilipino. Ito po ang produkto ng ating masiglang diskusyon, deliberasyon, at pagtutulungan na naghatid ng mabuting makabuluhang resulta. Lahat po ng ito ay ginawa natin sa ngalan ng transparency and accountability sa ating mga kababayan. We have shown that our work does not end when we bang the gavel at the end of each plenary session. Ang trabaho ng House of Representatives ay nagpapatuloy sa ating mga committee hearings, consultations, technical working groups, deliberation, at ganun din sa ating mga distrito. Bagkos, may mga kababayan tayong naghahangad pa rin ng konkretong patunay na seryoso tayo sa pagsusulong ng mga pagbabago. Hinihiling po namin ang inyong patuloy na pangunawa. Hindi man po kami perpektong institusyon, subalit araw-araw po naming pinagsisikapan pagbutihin ang aming mga tungkulin sapagkat gaya ng sinabi ko noon, trust is not demanded, it is earned. Hindi sapat ang mga pahayag, press conference o mga pangakong walang laman. We need to show concrete solutions in form of laws that generate economic opportunities, strengthen our institution, protect our most vulnerable sectors, and ultimately raise the quality of life of every Filipino family. Bago po ako magtapos, nais kong bigyan ng pinakamataas na pagpugay ang mga taong naging bahagi ng tagumpay ng institusyong ito. To our Majority Leader, Sandro Marcos, our Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, and our Deputy Speakers, lahat ng ating mga committee chairs and members of the House of People, thank you for your commitment and hard work. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. At sa ating mga secretariat, committee staff, mga technical staff, ang ating mga legislative staff, security personnels, maintenance utility personnels, protocol officers, ang ating mga driver, of course, our medical teams, at sa lahat ng kawani ng House of Representatives. My fellow lawmakers, please join me in giving each and every one of them a heartfelt and resounding round of applause. Mga kababayan ko, ito po ang inyong bagong kongreso. Once again, once again, maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong dedikasyon, ang inyong mga sakripisyo, at ang inyong pagmamahal sa institusyong ito. The challenges before us remain formidable, but our resolve to serve the Filipino people remains even stronger. Ilang araw bago natin gunitain ang araw ng kalayaan, nararapat lamang na alalahanin natin na ang kalayaan ay hindi lamang pinaglalaban at pinagtatanggol. Ito rin ay ipinagtitibay sa pamamagitan ng mabuting pamamahala, matatag na mga institusyon, at mga polisiyang nagbibigay ng mas magandang buhay para sa ating mga kababayan. Alam po namin na hindi pa sapat ang aming pong pagsisikap upang maibalik ang tiwala ng taong bayan. Pero gagawin po namin itong inspirasyon upang lalo po kaming maging masipag, masigasig, at determinado para sa huli. Kada desisyon na takbang ng ating ginagawa ay nakatuon sa aming mga pinakamataas na mithiin ang magdulot ng pagbabago at kaginhawaan sa buhay ng nakakaraming Pilipino. Mga kasama, kapag malinaw ang direksyon ng pamumuno, kapag nagkakaisa ang institusyon, at kapag trabaho ang inuuna kaysa ano paman, kahit magkaiba ang ating mga pananaw at ang ating mga paninindigan, alam ko po, ang tanging hangaring nating lahat ay mabigyan ng pag-asa, oportunidad, at mas maayos na kinabukasan ang bawat Pilipino. Marami pong salamat sa inyong patuloy na kooperasyon. At pagkikipaglaban para sa kapakanan ng taong bayan. Mabuhay ang 20th Congress, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino, mabuhay po ang bagong Kongreso.
Yes!
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn Sine Die, the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines is adjourned sine die.